Welcome back, everybody, to the AEL University Elite Series. Coming at ya, it's Rainbow Six Siege with Matsy and Blue Panda. Let's go.
I'm sorry, look, with all that hype, I'm expecting someone to get hit with a steel chair mid-match. If that doesn't happen, well, the hype's just not worth it. But yeah, University League back at it again. Oh, this is where real Rainbow Six moments are made. Not that Pro League nonsense. This is where the fun stuff happens.
That's it. All fun all the way around, just like our sponsors. A big shout out to AGON by AOC, the #1 gaming monitor brand in the world. AGON by AOC provide best-in-class monitor solutions for gaming and all other needs.
Yeah, and look, also what's the point in having a good monitor if you don't also have good peripherals there alongside it? Because everyone knows that RGB is the way to go, and that's why we've got HyperX and Officeworks here, powering your game with the latest HyperX gear at Officeworks. When you need speed control and zero distractions except for the flashing lights, Officeworks has got the tech. Discover gaming gear made to handle serious play, and it is serious at that.
Absolutely. We love it. Just like we love Indomie, the noodle partner. Made with fully flour, selected ingredients, and spices. A plate of Indomie mee goreng will certainly brighten up your day. Try any one of the flavors available today from your local grocer or at indomie.com.au. Big shout out to each and every one of our sponsors there. You know, you love them, and we appreciate all of their support, just like our support for our teams. And let's see who's on top of things.
Well, MQU, Macquarie, looking pretty strong at the moment. They've absolutely topped the leaderboard. But you've got some hot contenders, UQ, UAM, and LTU, hot on their heels. So far, though, I mean, look, it's going to be tough, I think, for a lot of teams to really contest with Macquarie, especially given certain players on a certain team on a certain Macquarie roster. They're pretty stacked as it is.
Oh, yeah. They're just aura farming all day long, aren't they? But definitely keen to see how they fare into the rest of their pursuits there. You know, at least we can take solace in the fact that all of these teams have at least taken a win, you know, across the season so far. Good as can be. Well, except for one. Because we got UNSW and QUT there, 8th and 10th place, and then 11th going to be Monash there. So, not too shabby. Hopefully tonight's their night to take a win. We'll see how they go, though.
Yeah, look, it is going to be a bit of a stacked one. Look, I'm excited. I have been watching and commentating the Uni League for a good while now, and seeing those names that have then stepped up, progressed into the pro play. I mean, there's a number of them. I mean, you look at that MQU roster, the Monash, not the Monash, the Macquarie rather roster. They've got some fairly stacked players in that team. So, I mean, look, this is really where a lot of players get their earliest start in competitive play.
Yeah, it's great, you know, being able to have, I guess, that kind of a stepping stone, if you will. It's good to make strides here, and then maybe they can take it to the next step, just like our players in this series right now. RMIT, QUT, going to be kicking it off in our first best of one of the day. Where do we go? We don't know. We'll find out soon, though, because here's our rosters.
Yeah, I mean, coming into it, in terms of the names, none that really jump out off the page and make me go, oh yeah, I know exactly who this guy is. I've seen him on the come up. So some of those new faces coming through will be looking to establish themselves. But in terms of overall standings, RMIT just outside, of course, that top 6 at the moment. They're sitting 8th. They've got a little bit of work to do, and QUT have also got a little bit of work to do. They're sitting a little bit lower on the table. So there's plenty of room for advancement here. And it's going to be Nighthaven Labs to kick things off tonight.
Yeah, not Clubhouse this time. We're going to the lab. I'm keen to see what experiments we'll cook up into this one as the operator bands are going to be locked and loaded within moments here. So, all hands on deck and wishing each other good luck. We've got to love good sportspersonship there, but do have a Kaid and Ace, our first 2 to go.
Oh, that's right. It's old Jim Beverages. I forgot that man was going to be in the lobby. He's a bit of a weapon, bit of a name, a household name, as it were. But so far, I mean, yeah, Kaid, Ace being taken away, Bandit, Thermite, so it's Hard Breach and Breach Denial both being taken away by each team. Makes a lot of sense given that I've been so integral in the way that Rainbow Six is played. But with the nature of the game, Matsy, it's so many operators now that there is always going to be an answer.
Yeah, that's the beauty of it, right? Having so many operators available, you can always adapt your strategy into so many different ways and shapes and forms there. So if something doesn't work, and you know, if some of your favorite operators get banned there, at least there's ways to adapt and try and overcome the obstacles ahead of you. It's like I'm sure we'll see from our teams here today. But Very keen, curious to see what Koopy the Poopy can do on Mira there, heading into our opening round.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if we do have any adaptations at all. I mean, for a good while, Twitch was pretty popular in even, you know, tier 2, tier 3 play, and is obviously a very good answer to the mirror. Obviously, the changes that were made not too recently, in fact, it was a couple of years ago now, just being able to punch out those black mirrors means that you don't have to worry about it as much. But in terms of overall strategy, a couple of nitro cells, that thorn and the smoke coming into place, so they've got a lot of advancement denial. It's going to be great for Paper Magic, who is playing this Monty as well. The QUT have really got themselves a good lineup of operators.
Jammer ready to activate.
So far, so good. Jammer's going to be prepared to go as well, and ready to step into the fray of things here. So, to see what Trips and the Co can find thus far, whether near or far, leave a nasty scar, or will be considered. Take scope of things with the cameras for now. Sights have been located and shots come out, so Koopy will be the first one to strike.
I mean, that's insane value, taking Monty off the board this early into a round. I mean, that is all your frontline for RMIT. That is the person you're expecting to take the brunt of the punishment, draw all those shots, draw that attention, and how you look to pivot the play. So losing Monty early and for nothing as well, just a bit of damage onto Reeve. Didn't even have to commit the nitro cells. It was just straight Koopy stepping out for one. He's found himself a second on Demelco. That's your flank watch as well. So this mirror value is just insane off the rip. Oh my lord.
Like more to follow there. Triple down, going absolute town on it there. We love Koopy using the full extent of their kit there, playing around the Vector and managing to take every sector with a kill after kill lining up. But see if there's another one around the corner now as they wait up patiently. Ooh, giving themselves away a little bit there, but at least they have scope of where their enemies are coming from.
The team is clearly trying to give Koopy the ace right now. They are holding back, playing incredibly deep. They want Coop to get his 5-piece of the little McNugget combo, but the EMP's coming through. Going to start opening things up. It's unfortunately a Zofia, so you're not going to find huge traction. You're not going to have the greatest time in, you know, getting these breaches open. Yes, you got the secondary gadget. Not quite as effective as, say, a Thermite or an Ace or something along those lines. Or looking for something. Unfortunately, Kinso not going to step out just far enough. You look at the crossfires, the angles. Oh, he spotted the Zofia. Could be on for his 5.
Onwards and upwards, and they lock in the quad. One more to go. They go toe to toe. Oh no! They've been knocked down. Koopy, someone's going to get them back up, but they want a chance at the 5-piece there. Oh my days. So close yet so far.
Come on, this is the distinction of a good or a great teammate. No. Bad guys, QUT. Don't give Koopy the ace, but it was a flawless to start the round here on Nighthaven Labs, and a magnificent defensive effort from the mirror here from QUT.
Yeah, very impressed with how they compose themselves into that one, and how they will compose themselves heading a 4th as well. Looking good for the moment. See some operators coming through there once again. Subrero, Monty, everything looking good as can be here. Prepare for the next segment of a battle. But I love the confident start coming through from QUT there. You know, they were looking good in that first one, but we'll see if RMIT were just, you know, looking to feel them out in the beginning there. Warm-up round, if you will, before we start to see the real RMIT.
Even a row order being hovered here by Melko, the Kiwi operator making her way in. Look, I understand it, a bit of flank watch, something that was picked in the Nomad last round, wasn't able to find any traction because Koopy just outright killed him. They're going to stick with the Monty. Not opposed to the Lion pick, but they've got the Dockerby as well, so it's kind of, you know, putting a hat on a hat at that point. But the defensive lineup, you've got a Solace, which is just going to be crazy information. The Tuberau, as well as the Thorn, slowing things down, making it that much harder to get this execute off. And again, QUT are really just putting in some hard yards of these drafts.
Yeah, hard yards are paying dividends there in a big way. See, there's going to be more out at the corner of this one. So take it as slow, look to take a bit of space here, holding from storage. Might be finding something on the other side of the Animus here as well, but at the moment, just going to be store themselves before looking to expunge many more resources. It's good that they can take scope of some of the closer angles as well with the cams there, but speaking of, it's Jim managing to take the first strike.
Old Jim Bevo on the tools. That's your Solus. That's a huge operator on the defense. The amount of information that a Solus is able to gather. Luckily, it was not a huge amount of casualty that is going to be punished because of all of that. Laying down one is even worse. We made it down 2. Trips also falls. The door cover will go out from row order, making sure that these flanks are just that much harder to execute. Kenzo is on the plant. He's going to get that down as well. The diffuser is planted securely in a 3v5 post with 2 shield operators. This is an impossible task.
An impossibility becomes a possibility for Koopy, but not for long. As more and more get locked down here by RMIT, they're looking great. All up to Jeddah. They will fall accordingly. So, fantastic work coming through from RMIT there. It appears that first rounder certainly was the warm-up. And now they're feeling hot, feeling good, all tied up into our 3rd round.
Yeah, and those XK23s, something that Dockerby players for the longest time not being used to, having an assault rifle, but now having that freedom. Oh, we've lost Jim Bevo. He's gone a little bit too hard in the paint on the round. He's committed all his effort, and we'll just have to dip out the server, get for a bit of a reset. And as it stands, both teams have answered quite comfortably. QT start with an absolute statement of a round. Koopy finding himself a 4-piece, ultimately resulting in a flawless. And then RMIT with a great execute in the 2nd round, of course, playing off the back of both shield operators. Some great kills coming through from Melko, who really did a great job in dismantling that push.
Fantastic work from them there, managing to take it apart piece by piece. But now we look to lock in the next few pieces on the board here as the operator picks to get put into perspective once again. Seeing most of the same here. Now Elo going to be coming out. Maru considered, but ultimately not locked in there. Do have the Doc coming out as well this time around. So going to make a few subtle changes before we approach the next one in the preparation phase here.
That bit. Oh, yeah, enjoy an interesting one. Okay, Koopy is on one right now. He's gone the Vigil Boss G, which is something that, again, has worked its way into competitive play from time to time. It is one hell of a shotgun. If you can land those shots, it can be absolutely devastating. But with a Monty in play, it becomes that much harder to execute with. Either way, I mean, if anyone's going to be hitting the shots, it's got to be Koopy.
Yeah, surely.
Jammer ready.
Koopy gonna be a scoopy as they scoop up those kills one after the other there. So, see if they can get it done once again now. We set ourselves into a motion. Action is going to be taken here by both sides, preparing for battle. So look to clear their angles slowly, but certainly there, taking out some of the cameras as well, just to deny some of that vision from your enemies there, so at least you can set yourselves up without being necessarily caught out. And the drone's even going to come into play as well, so good to try and scout ahead of this.
Exactly. I mean, information is so key in this game, and being able to get that extra line of information gathered. It's almost an extra line of defense in terms of make sure those flanks are protected on the attack.
Area's clear.
Well, just figure that line always gets me. Just hearing Snake and Rainbow Six, so you do something else. Those the secondary breaching gadgets will be going out. They start to look towards the site, but these Grismont mines can be problematic.
And be a large issue there, and maybe a few more where that came from. They utilize their utility once again and to have the drones coming out, but it's the opening kill. Reeve down to right and ready for the next fight. Now preparing to see if they can find another opening here. Slow and steady, may be able to spin something together, but Trips are going to be the next one down.
Another great angle there. Melko is really on it. The caper roll-up goes down to Jeddah on the smoke. A key anchor player looking for more shots. Have to pull off the angle for the time being. Just clearing out this utility with 1:23 on the clock. RMIT are in a really good spot. A 4 versus 3. It was going to be a bit of a rough one for Koopy, but luckily they've got it locked in play. Courtesy of don't have SSD, heals them right back up. And with that Boss G AGON, one good shot will take one of the 4 members out. And you look at it, Kenzo, desperately low. Melko, not the healthiest. Jim, not the healthiest. Paper has a lot of work to do.
Hard work will pay off here, and there is going to be more hard work to follow as Jim locks it down on a Koopy there. Ooh, play around the radar, not going to be so fortunate as Jim Locks down yet another one. Don't have SSD. Well, they're going to be hoping they did after that one.
Yeah, it's a little bit rough there. Just not quite on the money with the peak jet. That's a long-range shotgun shot. It doesn't quite often work that far downtown, and it won't, unfortunately. Melko does get the kill finally. Okay, all right. Yeah, it was a hip-fire kill to boot. A little bit disrespectful there from the attacking side of RMIT, but when it works, what are you going to do? You can't complain.
No, I can't complain at all. You know, you got to just take it as it comes there and to see what our next set of operators to go will be. So they've had quite a bit of time to scope each other out there and can lock down Monty and Mira. So, not going to see the big riot shield any longer.
Yeah, I mean, I would say I'm surprised, but I'm really not. Those two operators have been so integral. Koopy getting a lot of work done in that opening round with the Mirror, and then of course Paper hard locking that Monty every round so far has just been that tip of the spear, and every single attack for RMIT draws so much attention. He's so hard to get through as a defender. To take it away, remove it as a problem, and well, it simplifies things.
Keep it simple and to keep it clean. So we're keen to get into next round and now hit the ground running as the gates open. But QUT for now to do the best to hold position here. They've lost a couple of rounds in a row, so RMIT are controlling the flow of play, at least for the moment. QUT though, I think that there's a way back for them. They just need to see if they can find an opening of their own here, not allow RMIT to continue into this flow state as time continues to dwindle down now. QUT gonna have to get ready for battle, ready for war. The gates will now open. Action phase on lock. And in to see if RMIT can lock things in early with some drones, or they just look to go face first into combat.
Well, we see Magic, or Paper rather, switch off the Monty now on the Nomad. So prioritizing flank watch a little bit. I think that could be problematic, especially given that, well, Koopy seems to have a bit of operator ADHD. Can't quite sit on the same operator for more than a round. Is now bringing out the Azami. A lot of these angles are going to be a little bit harder to cover. You get shot in the legs a little bit more often if you place some of those discs correctly. Those keeper barricades really throw a spanner in the work for attacking teams. So it is going to have to be a little bit more thorough for RMIT, because one misstep could spell disaster.
Yeah, it could spell a advantage being afforded
Never
to
mind,
QUT
I cast a
there.
cursor.
But, yeah, I think maybe we need a revival spell to be cast for QUT. They're going to be not happy, but still do have a way back in. You know, being one down doesn't mean it's the end of days just yet.
Absolutely not. It's still workable for sure, but your top fragger being removed from the lobby that early into a round is going to be a pretty rough situation. You've got the tools, you've got the operators to do it. Both Jetta and Reeve playing those SAS operators with those big shotguns can be a bit of a brick wall for attacking teams, especially without a shield, without a monster. You got to hit those heads, and they've done just that. Removed one of the two SAS operators. Jim Bevo, he's on the sticks again.
Ready to go. Good shots coming through there. So trading a few jabs, and it will be a Jim doubling down, a triple to their name, and they take aim at more trips. Puts them to the floor though. Ready. Shut the door on more. Slow, careful, methodical here. They find one more. So good to play the angle there, but their position are going to be given away. Diffuser going down as well. Time almost against them, but maybe not. Triple into the round now. 1v2. This is looking more achievable by the second. They might even be able to close the gap one step further. They are in control of this situation right now, but they just need to find one more step back.
Candela's there right around the corner. Goes to the swing. Kinzo's not the healthiest. Gets caught. How does he train? Oh, no, it wasn't Kinzo. It was the Ying, unfortunately. But a great little shot there. Not much HP for Trips to work with. And he just gets clipped by Kinzo. Shut down. And RMIT, I think a little bit lucky there to get out of it the way they did. Trips brought it dangerously close.
Yeah, closer than they would have even realized, to be honest. So, if he keen and curious to see what else they can take forward into this one now. Step in to round number 5. Look alive here. As our teams step to preparation. Look to hit their best shot. Fire away here. Move to the next phase of play. But RMIT still continuing on this path of absolute destruction. You know, they haven't lost a single round since taking their first here, and have burst onto the scene time and time again with such confidence, but you can tell QUT is starting to get that little bit closer, considering how competitive these rounds have become towards the tail end.
Absolutely. I think Coop is a little bit too integral so far to the QUT defense. If he falls, the round is pretty much over from that point on.
5 seconds
He got those first 4 kills in the opening round. He got 1 more in the second, and he's just not had much of anything since.
Attackers are moving out to locate
Unfortunately.
a bomb and defuse it.
But at the start, he is bringing out the Warden. There is still a Ying in play. It's a great tool to try and counteract her, but given that it just didn't matter in that last round, he didn't even get to play it because a cheeky little headshot angle was found. He might have to be a bit more careful.
Exercise caution and adapt accordingly. See if their time will be here and now, or whether may yet get left behind as bypass the 2.5 minute mark there. RMIT ready and waiting around these corners. Don't have SSD. Prepared for the swing should it arrive. Jim, though, will be the first one to the trot there. Already finding Jeddah and looking for more.
He operated 2 and Koopy falls. They are just dismantling QUT, and now RMIT built up a bit of a head of steam. Where my Magnet's going to find one. Full flashed. Kinzo watches his teammate run desperately down the stairs. Just says, on your Jim, lets him go. Swings an angle, finds don't have SSD. That Candela goes huge, but it's K-Fruit roll-up, pushing in deep with the shotgun. Finds his kill under Reeve, but Strips left alone once again, eerily similar to that last round. But this time, Paper says, not a chance, buddy.
Not a chance at all. They will shut them out accordingly. So, gonna be happy with that again. RMIT just absolutely crushing it right now. One more round, one more opportunity to redeem things before we see things switched up here for QUT. And the highest chances are here and now. We'll see if they can be a thorn in their side or whether might yet look for another way to collide as we step forward into the next prep phase now. And QUT have got a lot to do.
Absolutely. I mean, they're playing from 3 rounds down on Nighthaven Labs, and while it might seem that RMIT are playing an attacker-sided map, I think they're just playing the map as a whole better, regardless of side selection. QUT, best you can hope for is a 4-2 half, which, I mean, not impossible odds. It's certainly been done before, but far from favourable.
Far from favourable and less than ideal. We'll see. The rest of this round will reveal now. We have our last moments of
5 seconds
preparation
left
here.
before insertion.
QUT, good to go. The barricades at the ready and many, many more things to boot. But at least they're looking to set up some of the angles for themselves. Have the diffuser already prepared for RMIT as well, so at least carry that one forward to time when it comes to draw the sword here. Look to rappel up to the high ground and just take control of a few different angles.
Once again, Koopy taking some early damage here. They've brought the Jaeger to pair alongside the Wehrmai, and well, it seems that RMIT have cottoned onto that fact because there is no Ying this time. Though it's don't have SSD, gets himself on the board. He's traded out almost immediately by K-Fruit. Roll up, but no! Oh dear, it's a bait and switch. He convinces Melko to chase him down, only for the Razor Bloom to ring out and take him down.
Take it up, take it down, and go to town here. Gonna be very happy with that, and
Let's see them hide
see
now.
what else they can do in just a second here. As we hit towards the 2 minute mark now. QUT on top of things with the player advantage for the moment. That might change quickly though. Jim goes down, so it'll be unlucky for them and theirs. QUT desperately need to bring Koopy back if they want to maintain the further solidification over the lead, but they might not even need Koopy. They're finding them all on their lonesome there. One player standing between them and the round. Koopy eventually falling. There's 3 more around the corner.
It's all on K-Fruit roll up right now. Reeve healthy, Jeddah healthy. Trips less than favourable HP, but in a game where headshots are the be-all and end-all, if you can tap the dome, that's round over. So all it's going to take is a team effort. All you do is play for the trade here if you're QUT. You don't need to swing one by one. Don't give him the individual fights at this point. As soon as you identify positioning, but Trips caught wanting. Was low HP already, but that is not ideal at all. Still a long way to go. Minute on the clock here, Matzy. But he's still got to get down to the next level.
One step down here. if they can make it. They will break their way in. Enemies are waiting close by, though. It will be the battle that they weren't hoping for. They have to adapt around some of the utility as well, but time, slowly but certainly, crashing down.
ADS eats the frag grenade there, but he's got the shield in a great position right now. Toxic Canister is going to be throwing deep, forces him off the angle, but no, Toxic Canister's thrown the wrong way, so it is going to be a cheeky plant attempt here. He did have the time, but just a cheeky little swing, headshot from Jetta, shuts it down. That got a bit dicey.
We got a dicey, spicy, but it's finally the comeback that QUT have been hoping for. So, we'll be able to take the first round in that half and the last round in that half. So, not too shabby at all. We'll see if they can come into this next half with reinvigorated confidence as we lock in on our first set of operator bands here and now and see who stays, who goes, whether it's something similar or something else entirely. Here are our first selections.
Monty Mira, so we're taking the third phase bands from the opening half. Makes sense, given how much impact they had throughout the entire run of that first half. I'm expecting something along the lines of a Kaid, Ace maybe, would be my guess. It's Thermite Azami, so look, one linear, one completely different, but you can understand how much of a problem Azami can be in some of these close quarters. That makes sense.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense there. You can see adaptations coming through as well. Maverick, Blackbeard being considered there. Twitch coming out as well. Nari, Fenrir being considered. Kaid to make strides for their respective attacking and defensive sides there. So, need to see how RMIT lock into this one, whether they can find a deeper success into the opening round here, get one step closer towards a match and series point, or whether this is the moment for QUT. First back onto the scene after taking that last round there, just absolutely sprint towards more.
Absolutely. Let's see if that is going to be that momentum shift, and it can be. Sometimes going into the half, it can be a bit jarring, but so far, you look at the setup from RMIT, both the Mute and the Kai, there's going to be a lot of utility to clear for QUT if they want to execute into these objectives. They bring the Twitch for trips rather. He's going to have to be careful because, again, if you misplace that shock drone, if it lands within the vicinity of a Mute Jammer, it's not a good time.
Not a good time at all. They're going to be stuck in a very difficult place there, but I'm sure they'll be okay. So we sway our way into action once again. QUT, let's try to expose some of the deeper angles for now. You know, take it easy. See what might be laying on the other side of them here. Just C4 at the ready as well. Why not? You know, they can look to burst their way past some of the angles there, but for the time being, they can just take it slow and steady.
Someone just put an air jab. Not able to capitalize off the back of, but yet another one will go out, just pinging that utility. Putting someone around that door, and there is going to be for the time being, but don't have SSD to find paper, but it's a flurry of kills going the way of QUT as they remove three integral players, Jim Bebo, Paper Magic, and Melko. They immediately hit the floor, and with just shy of 2 minutes on the clock, QUT have exactly the start they're looking for.
Everything they can hope for and more. Exactly what they need, but there is at least one trade back. Koopy to Poopy are going down and out of this round. But they have plenty of teammates that can rely on in order to bring things back. So, see what is going to happen around the corner now. A bit of util coming out there, maybe clear a bit of space, nullify some of the vision for the moment, or do much more from there. Keep things up in a neutral state, but they can only do that for so long.
I mean, if nothing else, just using what tools they have at their disposal to force this QUT roster to give away the game. Kinzo for 2, traded out immediately by Trips, or 1v2. K-Fruit roll-ups with the TCSG. It's definitely a gun that you'd want to have in this situation. It hits incredibly hard, the slug shotgun. You can find an angle, ping's going out, spot something. Yeah, there you go, information's coming, but no, the air jab shuts him down, but the angle was pulled off there by Reeve, just a little too hesitant. Plant will be going through. Now in a post, this is a dicey spot for QUT. A little bit too much hesitation, but Reeve off the back of the plant, repositions behind the desk, and it's a horrific misread for RMIT.
Mystery gets unraveled there by QUT. So, one round stands between these two teams here and now, and let's see who can take it. They consider their options once again, looking somewhat similar. At the moment, you can see much the same for the time being, so probably going to replicate that into the next round too. Maybe not the one after though.
Attackers need to locate
They
and
look to
defuse
lock in on their preparations now. Already bursting past some of the angles here, and to see if they can adapt to some of the angles to their advantage going forward.
Absolutely. But I'm in a near miss there. RMIT were well within position to bring that one back. So GT just got to tighten it up a little bit more, you'd imagine. If they can do that, they'll be sitting pretty easily tie this game up.
Easily tie it up. Get ready. Take it even further beyond here. But 10 seconds is all that stands now between these teams and action. So, need to see how much traction QUT can make here. The barricade coming up there as well. So, it'll be a stock standard approach from the util so far. And QUT are looking to hit the ground running, so to speak. They try their best to press multiple different angles there. Claymore coming out as well. Got to respect it. But use whatever you can to your advantage. Even have donated SSD there to get some vision with the drone. So I really like the scouting coming through early. You talked about it before. The information going to be so important, and I admire that they have that in mind.
It's a tough one to try and get the nitro cell through that Maverick gap with the acetylene torch, and you got to be pretty precise. It was a good throw, but unfortunately they'd pulled away far enough off the angle that it wasn't going to result in a kill. But there you go, Koopy with that AR-15 in hand takes down Jim Beverages, his counterpart with that same gun in fact in Tuber out. That's a big pick, the top fragger for this RMIT roster, now relegated to cam duty.
More to follow up as well as Paper Magic gets ripped away, and we can do a pull sway into another kill or two here. Taking it slow, take it easy. And some of that util and see. Yes, they can capture now. Things come through, don't have SSD. Drone shut down, but at least they have scope over where they're going to be coming from here, and maybe then some. Take it easy for the time being. Around the corner, big shot. Don't have SSD. Locks it down on Melko. Kinso going down as well from Koopy. It's all going absolutely all over the place. They will reap what they sow. Take control of the show.
An otherwise perfect plan, if not for the fact that it was also Azofia waiting over the top of that black beard shield. But K through again almost finds the opening that he's looking for. Tied up though, RMIT and QUT. Sitting at 4 apiece here as we head into round 9. QUT building up a head of steam off the start of the half. Looking very good.
Good as can it be here. We move on to
Defenders
yet
protect
another
the bomb.
round.
Defuse
4
by
for
attack.
4. Be able to get ahead of it now. Our teams lay down their bits of preparation here. Now ready. Give it their absolute best. So, press for time, keen to see what else they can do here and now. So there's 23 seconds in a dream, and that dream can turn into a nightmare just as quick. I can see they've brought out the Goyo as well, so Melko ready with that one.
Yeah, ECSG again in hand. Great little gun. It's incredibly hard, great at range, and can also be utilized to edit sites, so it makes perfect sense that we see it being brought consistently. The bandit there, the goo mines as well from Kinzo, so a very well-rounded RMIT draft in terms of these operators. Going to make it very, very hard, especially for Jetta on this black bed to really clear through. But you look at an Ossa, the Snake, and the Ram as well, so there's just so much utility, and you got to wonder if RMIT has necessarily considered something like a Ram coming through.
Yeah, have to ponder what else they have taken in consideration here, and what else may be finding in their weight here. Advantage the utility, you see what might be working around them. Nade going out as well. The angles. Oh, they are still going to get caught though. Jim unfazed by the nade. Now looking to be a renegade. Open out maybe another one too. They don't even shudder at all. They stand calm and tall in the face of the enemy, and they've taken down 3 in their wake along them.
Jim, if you'd had a nitro cell there in that position, would have completely ruined the rest of the attack as well. But 5 versus 2, you've got technically 2 shield operators. Also, yes, does not necessarily have the same shield capabilities as a Blackbeard, but can be utilized the same way in terms of just denying a lot of those angles. Minute 45 on the clock. RMIT just need to hold. They've got all the tools at their disposal to deny this push.
Deny it, supply it, and ready. See if they can climb up one step further. Jetta down,
wow.
and everybody's out of here. Flawless victory. Through from RMIT aside. Love a bit of spicy firepower coming through there, but it's time for our next ban phase now. And who do you expect to go here?
I would imagine for RMIT, possibly the Blackbeard. For QUT, I mean, Two Brown maybe. I don't think there's any one operator in particular that's really causing them all that much hassle. But let's see, Blackbeard Kite. Okay, I don't think RMIT has played a Kite yet in this half. Oh no, they did the once, but I wouldn't say it was the most impactful pick.
See what else they can do now. As Blitz gets locked in there, the Warden coming out as well. Flash, everybody.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by
Round
attackers.
number 10 here. RMIT, 2 steps away from a potential glory, and might just get it if they keep up like they did in that last round there. You know, flawless victory. It's got to take a toll on UT. See if they can adapt and overcome. Getting in to this next one now. They hold a position a little while longer whilst preparations being laid here. Site's already going to be located by QUT as well. That was really quick.
Yeah, not wasting any time. A good prep phase is integral to success and competitive Rainbow Six Siege, and teams will drill that, make sure they get it down to the second. They've done with that. Jaeger through. Oh, okay. Some potential shenanigans here from Kinzo. It does have the clash, of course, so it can just walk out there with the shield, but it's getting the barbed wire. A little bit of early information gathering potential off the back of it through those sound cues. Just make it a little bit slower on the approach. Could even open opportunity for RMIT to get a cheeky spray off.
Spray and pray and ready. Save the day. Let's see. Wait, it's going to go this time around, though. Take it slow, take it easy. You know, ready to breeze past it. One step closer. Velcro. And the best to create some openings there. No one going to be greeting them. You know, no one looking to give them a big hug, so to speak, through little gaps there. But I'm sure that time will come sooner or later.
Absolutely. The action phase, all this information being spotted. Gotta be careful that crossfire angle, the air jab as well. That clash has just been read. Kinzo in the dirt before any real impact can be found.
Down and out, so a grand start from QUT here, but there's still more work to be done. Minute 50 will remain here. They're trying to drain out some more of the angles and to see if they can clear some space with the drone there as well. So at least they can make good strides clearing out some information, but time only going to last so long here. It is a battling against them, and may have a few nasty surprises on the horizon very shortly.
Oh, a nasty one there for Coop. As off screen, he's just eliminated through one of his own Maverick holes as well. That is the worst feeling for a Maverick play. You need that information. You need that security. The blitz has been spotted. Nitro deep, but it doesn't matter because Jim's hungry. He's quenched his thirst. He is the king of bevos, so now he needs a meal. Walks up, takes 2 for himself. 12 and 5 currently sitting on this bandit right now, and he is just kicking butt and taking names. Unfortunately, the only names left are QUT. A third for him in the round. It doesn't matter. K-Fruit roll-up claims the last, and it's an absolute standout performance from Mr. Jim Bevo himself.
Standing out and clearing things when in doubt. So, gonna be 6-4 now. RMIT are looking confident as ever. They have managed to battle their way through treacherous waters here and looking to lock down even further. They jump in to round number 11. Solid Snake coming out, Gridlock, everything to be locked down, locked in. Solace even coming out as well.
Defenders,
So,
protect your bomb
see how our next
by attackers.
preparation phase goes. QUT, this could be the last preparation phase they see, depending on how RMIT go this time around.
Dollars coming out with that early information. But an IQ in response, so potentially Jetta and Kinzo have a dynamite battle coming their way in this round if they can both spot each other out. But the Thatcher switched out as well. A Brava, they don't have SSD. I mean, there is some utility that can be stolen for sure, and that could be quite well utilized. Let's see, if one of those Aruni gates I would imagine would be high on that priority list if it could be snagged.
Yeah, I'd imagine they're going to be keeping that as a prime focal point for sure. We move to action. Not time to play pool. Maybe a time to see if they can stall out some of their enemies, perhaps. Scope out some information. Do pitch their way forward past the barbed wires there, trying to hijack the camera as well. So, yeah, we'll scope from there. Get a little bit of control of the situation on that one. Even trying to see if they can dismantle some other things as well. So we'll pick those out.
Changing mags.
Yeah. Slow and methodical, definitely the name of the game here, I think. If you burst onto the scene too quickly, too aggressively, you're just going to feed hits into someone like Jim Bevo, who is really just on one tonight. He's having a grand old time for himself to prove that he is absolutely the one to be feared in the server. Oh, and he's about to find himself more. He's found Koopy, the top fragger for QUT, who started with a hiss and a roar and has been unfortunately mewling and whimpering for the remainder of Nighthaven Labs so far.
Ooh, lucky for them, but they don't have SSD, the number one fragger on the side of QUT, now ready to try and carry their team's hopes and dreams on a remainder of this one. Hold position in the balcony, looking to rush down the stairs and see if anyone will stop them. They've already taken a trickle of damage here. More could be waiting for them right around these corners now. They have to exercise extra caution and then some with the way they move here.
Absolutely. What's still to be done? Great little angle there from Don't Have SSD, just tucked in at the bottom of the stairs, takes down the top fragger for RMIT. Puts it at a 4-4 in terms of player count and gives QUT definitely a step in the right direction towards equalizing that round count, forcing it over time. But for the time being, it's just going to be trips over committing to the doorway. Melko with a great angle on the catwalk. Puts him down without a second thought. And RMIT just that one step closer to potentially edging this one out.
One step forward and ready to take even more here. Time dwindles. QUT desperately need to find an opening here. See if they can capture some kind of way in 30 seconds to go. Which way will the river flow here? Still hold position. Look alive, looking well, but this is surely going to spell trouble in a second. And Jetta finds the first step back. Don't have SSD going down as well. All the kills coming out left, right, and a center here. Look at it all up to Reeve. Does spot one, maybe around the corner here. Be waiting patiently on this one. A slow, steady. They take a shot. Kinzo down. This is a good way to bring it back. 5 seconds, but it's over. It's out. RMIT shut it down.
A brutal way for a map to end court. Mantling over a railing and catwalk, but despite a somewhat impressive mid-map revival for QUT, just wasn't enough. RMIT proving yet again why they have been a consistent top contender in the AEL University League.
Yeah, consistently on top of their game there and taking aim at many more victories ahead of them, I'm sure. But definitely an exciting first matchup, and I'm sure there's going to be more right around the corner after this break. Welcome back, everybody, to the AEL University Elite Series, coming at you with Matty and Blue Panda for yet another banger here. It's going to be none other than Latrobe University taking on UON. So, need to see how these two teams fare as we suss out their rosters.
Yeah, I mean, coming in, yeah, look, there's some names that I recognise, some fun ones that could be right, but I don't think it's quite the absolute accurate roster. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so just having a look, we've got some well-known names in the back end of things. Sword playing for 6 targets, obviously, coming through. Should have a pretty decent time for himself with that competitive experience. And then, of course, I believe the man, the myth, the legend, Coach Pronewen, or Coach Owen as he's known, of Latent Dragon Esports, will be making his way to Latrobe. There we go, top of the list. The one and only Coach Pronewen. I hope he's back to his nonsense, because some of the most entertaining University League games I've ever commentated has been Owen on some nonsense.
I think we have much to look forward to, don't we? And keen as can be to see what else is going to go down. Looks like we are going to be playing on Order this time around. So, another different map. Always love a diverse split between the various series there, you know. I think it's going to be a ton of fun, to say the least. And I'm excited for what is going to be cooking up in the band phase right here and now.
Don't have any fun whatsoever. I think Coach Owen is going to have something to say about that. And well, actually, he's not going to say. He speaks through actions, of course, and usually those actions are him lying on the floor with a shotgun. But who's to say? Things do change. Things do happen. He could pull out some other nonsense.
And here it goes. First operators band is Snake and Azami to start here. So, interesting to see a Snake coming through there, but there's going to be more where that came from into our next phase.
I mean, I would say I'm shocked, but given how impactful Snake has already been tonight, and just continues to be, I would imagine we're probably going to see that consistently banned away throughout the remainder of the evening. Azami as well just offers so much defensively, as do the next two operators, Mira and the Blitz. Just crazy impactful in terms of their roles and what they can bring to a defensive or offensive team.
Impactful as it can be, and ready to break a 3 in a 2. Another segment here, and now Monty gets locked in here. More we followed up as well. So
and defuse as many
it
bombs
should be
as they
8
can.
okay moving into our prep phase now. Latrobe on attack, UON on a defense. We're ready to rumble right on the other side.
Absolutely. Dollars coming through the Wemai and the Jaeger combo, as well as an Aruni. So a lot of focus on denying throwable utility. Whether it's going to be effective is the real question. But you look at it as well, the Kaid coming through, which surprisingly was not banned on a map like what I would imagine the next phase of bans. It's going to be insta-womped out by Latrobe, because you can put those artillery claws in some of the craziest places.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, anything can be locked down here. Anything.
Attacker's
Locked
objective
in,
is
but
to defuse a bomb.
time to step to action. The potatoes ready. See if they can peel them away from the respective sites here. To set up some util around the corner as well. So taking any chances into the early phase and getting ready for what could be laying on the other side of the walls here. Latrobe though, still just trying to probe for information into the early phase.
Exactly it. Play a slow, concise game. I think will be the best approach into what is this defensive setup already. I mean, again, going into Armory as a bomb site is a little bit tougher to deal with if you haven't got the tools, but ZK Nugget on the sticks, ready to go. Mythic Teams chimes in for one as well. Sorty's a little bit frustrated with himself there, unfortunately, but now this Monty barreling on towards Armory, that utility going to be dumped in as well. Sulfur has a big job on his hands, staring down the big Frenchman himself. The potatoes out with a nitro as well, but it's one back, only to be traded by Owen with the blicky in hand. Gonna hit the Ripper, looking for more. He's got the, of course. Why did I? He's on one. I told you, Matt. He's gonna be on one tonight. It's pistol only from the man.
Pistol only. Nothing else required. Gotta love it. And we'll shove it away. Oh when? Oh where? Oh why? As they will make their enemies die. So, gotta love that one for sure. A great start from Latrobe into this round.
Coach Prone when welcoming the ops to the neighborhood. If he could, he'd be holding that thing sideways, just letting it rip.
Yeah, style
Only
points,
Coach
you know?
Prone when do I know that mains shotgun regardless of the operator. Yeah, look, I mean, admittedly, Sledge shotgun is far from the worst. In fact, it's seen a great amount of play over the last few years, but this man is an exclusive shotgun main.
I'm all for it. I'm so keen to see the shotgun action. You know, my all-time favorite here is going to be when they bring out Rook with the shotgun. I think that is my all-time favorite play coming through from some of our teams. I think Macquarie's one of the mainstays to do that.
My all-time favorite play was, in fact, ironically, Coach Pronewin, because he's done a decent amount of coaching in Oceania for the longest time now. ACS 12, so Maestro, aka the Biscuit Tin Cannon, as I like to call it. Top of Oregon, and Spawn peeked out a window and headshot someone in construction. So he definitely is a bit of a menace if given the opportunity.
Yeah, gonna be as devious as ever there. So, need to see what else will be on the other side of this. I gotta say, I love this variant of Kaid. You know, it's impressive. Different variations of our operators that can.
What event was that? I know it was the tie-in to the.
Yeah, it kind of makes me think of Rainbow Six Extraction.
Yes, yeah, it was the tie-in event for that on.
Yeah,
I believe it was Consulate, where it was essentially the infection game mode. I think if I remember correctly back, and it was a good couple of years ago now, but yeah, there's been some crazy cosmetics out there.
We need the Blue Panda cosmetic.
No, we definitely don't.
We definitely
Just
do.
yelling nonsense at enemies and teammates alike.
That sounds like
It'd be
the
the least stealthy cosmetic in the game, purely because it would just be me yelling all the time.
Oh, that's perfect. Just yelling belligerently.
Eat it, nerd.
Yeah, why not?
My nan shoots straighter than you, and she's in a wheelchair.
Perfect. Yep.
She's not actually.
That's what we need.
She's not. She's up and around. She's doing stuff. Armory Archives on the cards once again. Makes sense, given that it is probably just the go-to in terms of bomb sites on border. I would imagine that is likely going to be stuck through, and I think UON probably kicking themselves a little bit that they just didn't ban the Monty as well.
Yeah, I think they're going to be suffering the consequences of their own actions with that one, for sure. But see what else they can do.
I think ideally first step is get Sulfuric back in the lobby, because
That's the
otherwise
first step.
Things get a bit grim from that.
How do we get you in the lobby?
Oh no, I'm one of those that talks better than he does. So I talk about. I'm like a PE teacher. Those who can't do teach. Those who can't do in esports or sports just commentate. So yeah, there we go. He's back. Now I don't have to get in the lobby.
So back. Yeah.
I was never going to get in the
might
lobby.
have been scared, you know. I know what you're capable of on
Okay,
Siege,
look,
mate.
my one claim to fame, playing Rainbow Six competitively was a charity tournament, and I killed Shate, one of the European or former pros, well-known former pro, on 400 ping with the Super Shorty as Clash, because all I could do was swing and shoot.
Oh my days.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to do it again. I guarantee that.
I think you could.
Oh,
You could do that
actually.
and more. Yep.
Far too much faith.
No, I reckon Blue Panda versus Chef there. Yep, it's a win for Blue Panda.
No,
Defenders protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
I did some content back in the Challenger days with old Chef Jeff and an interviewer. I have a great clip of me dunking on him. Verbally, not in game. I couldn't do that. Chef Jeff is on another level.
In game will come soon enough, I'm sure of it. Eager as cat beats. What else will be on the other side of this now? As we jump head first into the next round now. So get ready to stumble our way forth now. Bart and Co. And to take it easy. You haven't followed this one. 5 seconds and a dream. And we're about to step into action. Our last barricades will eventually come up. And Let's see what Latrobe can do. You know, they burst in with confidence on the first round, but with a little gap between rounds, maybe their momentum is already stifled.
I mean, having a little bit of a stall out there of a disconnect can also be a bit rough. Definitely throws off the momentum a little bit, but in the grand scheme, you should theoretically be able to bounce back without any significant deficit. It stands Monty in again, very, very early, not wasting any time as they head over towards break, knowing for sure that this is the angle that they're coming from. It is being watched and the drone's going in. They have anything at all to try and stall this push forward. Oh, there you go, Sword. He gets caught unawares last time round in the first opener. This time, not so unlucky, will absolutely womp out the Monty.
Love it to see it, and there's going to be more around the side. Oh, taking shot for shot. Owen does lock it in though, so Sword not going to be a Morgan that time. It will be locked out and reloading. Yeah, to see what else they can do now. 4 to 4. See how they go.
Yeah, some of the shotguns he's a little bit less certain with, but he does get the job done. In the end, shield dropped by A47. He's quickly dispatched by Sinner 3 on this Solace, of course, is still holding insecurity. A key position, if they can hold that defensively just for a little bit longer, stall that clock out a little bit more, they'll be in a great spot. But it's what they can find. Now with still 3 players remaining, LTU, a pretty decent spot. The crosses come from Wycombe. That wall is open, looking out onto the armory wall, so I don't think that thermic charge is going to be going down anytime soon.
Yeah, going to be in plenty of states of difficulty there, that's for certain. And you to see what you can do now. Shot comes over the top. A sign for 2. Good on a triple kill so far. Owen, a last one standing. We'll find one back at least, but they've still got a heavy hill to climb here.
Does have nades, but unfortunately not the nades of old buddy. You were never hitting that shot from that range. Ambitious to say the least. Unfortunately, against the Pro 90, it was always a one-sided battle, but a great round on the Nook with the shotgun to boot from Coach Owen.
Gotta love it. Gotta love it. And we're gonna be a 1-to-1 now, so all tied up and ready to battle. Capcan are gonna be locked in here for you, and we might ram gridlock. Everything's coming out here on both sides of the coin now, but it's time to step back into preparation and get ready to rumble. So you see they're just breaking through the booth there, you know, to diverge all these lines of sight, all the cover for their enemies, try and use it against them. Change they be worried for any other angle that could be approached. But for now, Latrobe, you're just going to have to hold position, you know, scope out some info before the gates open onto action.
Absolutely. Monty, it seems, going to be switched off here. The last second from Mythic. They want the Twitch instead, and with the gadgetry in play, it makes a lot of sense, especially with the cap count. The bane of Oceania's existence at certain international events. There's nothing quite like running through a door with 3 Capcan traps on it, only to just be blown into the next round.
Hold things together. A little moment longer here. Wait it out for one more time. 2 minutes 37 now. So still early phase here. Latrobe still going to be probing for a little bit more, but as they slowly but surely step closer and closer, this one is sure to light up. I am as certain of that. Still, let's see who strikes first. There's a sign there, continuing to be ever present with their angles. You know, no stone left unturned here, but if they leave even one angle, they could get burned.
Boo, Coach Owen, boo. That is not a shotgun. He's got the R4C. He's going in aggressive, though, and finds Sword, who's very unfortunately been on the receiving end of so much punishment here on border. Will throw out the drone as well, start clearing some of that soft floor, but the drone positioning is huge. Get that early information. Owen under threat, gets shots off in return. And Sinner, he's on the ground, stunned out. It will be a secured kill. A double for Owen in the round as they take top 4 control.
Double down and ready to go to town with more. See, they can find the opening here. It goes down, so Trope have to try and capture the angle onto remaining numbers here. They will find it, but first the fall there to Nugget, and see if they can catch anyone else now. Minute 15 to go, and they're still trying to just find one more opening here.
Exactly, pick an opportunity. Owen is low. Stun's going to be dropped down as Nugget gets in on the plant. Is there any denial whatsoever? It doesn't seem it. Sulfuric or Potatoes can't find an angle. And Sulfuric just being tapped away at. Will trade up with Owen, who does fall. Comes in clutch. They make it a 3v2 with one on the ground. Looking for anything. TCXG going out, but Sulfuric falls. LTU. Latrobe University mop up off a great plant.
Fantastic work from them, and there's there. They will be all on top of this one, and happy as it can be, but still going to be more to be answered for here. Still more to consider as they prepare for a battle, and see what the next set of bands will look like as hold on firm to this one. There we go. The operator's locked and loaded. Here we are.
Capcan and Ace, yeah, look, understandable. Trap operators are always a bit of a pain. We'll have to see whether or not that is going to be enough to slow down any momentum that Latrobe were generating. Having that opened up for themselves. Ace as well, which again, is just taking out the convenience operators.
Convenience going to be
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Almost there, but it's time to lock in to preparation phase now. UON spread their reach all over again. Latrobe quick to heal though. Already sealed the deal on locating the sites there, so certainly going to be able to have a clear path forward. Exactly how they want to approach the rest of this one, and exactly what else they look to do as well. But still got a few more angles to open up before the round that makes its true beginning.
This one, another one of those fun bomb sites in the bathroom. Artillery will be doing a lot of work. Still no Thatcher being brought here, which is an interesting call given just how much impact you can find with the RP EPG.
Certainly blow their way past with that one, can't they? But see if they come into it with a bang. As head forward now, trying their best to lure an opening out of this one. No one really holding the close position yet. Thinking about the drone as well, but don't have the opportunity to use it quite yet. They still wait patiently for somebody to commit to an angle. Not going to be able to catch anyone through it for the moment, but we'll at least find information. So this is a good beginning here from Latrobe. They still need to keep probing though before they full send this.
Oh, Owen down, immediately traded out. It's a good counterplay from Latrobe. They've lost the two brow, which is again such an impactful operator in some of these situations. He was playing the other side of the map, so unlucky. Coach Prone went. He was outside. Yes, he was. He's still dead. Doesn't matter. Not going to change the outcome as to where he was.
Track sting is
We'll
active.
start to see track stingers going out as well. My lord, these swings from UON are finding some traction. Luckily, so is Nugget.
Give it their all here. Good taps, and they will lock it away. Sulfuric out of here. Latrobe step it up one more time, but there's still two more players waiting on the other side of this. Be Potatoes and Bud. Got time to play with, yeah, but Latrobe are getting dangerously close.
Yeah, indeed. Minute 15, 2 players to hold versus the 3 attacking for Latrobe. They've still got the Hibana. There is some breach, but they've got no tools beyond that, I think, to deal with it. The artillery claw is going to get huge value through that hatch. This almost becomes a bunker down here in the bathroom. Potential drone hole angle onto some feet. And that could be some deadly HP lost. And it is just a quick sidestep. I believe that's AE47, in fact, yeah, on the docker beat. Losing some HP would have been pretty detrimental at this stage in the round.
Track sting is active.
Yeah, going to be a tough spot to be in. This point, so also they can bear with now.
Great nade.
Out. Oh, well done. One more to go though. Be Potatoes stuck between a rock and a hard place. They'll be able to clear the space here. Have to give it everything they've got on this one. Otherwise, it's over and out.
Close find situation. Nitrocell ripped over the bomb chassis. Not going to find anyone. An ambitious swing from Wycom pays the dividends. Getting aggressive there. Sees the Nitro. Just pushes through. Finds the kill very effectively. And that is the problem. It's a great site to hold as a defender, but it's an awful site to retake as a defender at the same time.
Difficulty is only going to be rising under this one. But operators for our next round will be locked down. Locked in here. Goyo actually going to be opted for by a sword this time around.
Attackers need
So
to locate
why
and
not?
defuse as many bombs
Why
as
not?
they can.
Why not? Let's see what else they can do in the round of 5 now as we dive head first into this one. Get ready to burst ahead accordingly. 30 seconds to go on our preparations here. See, the potatoes ready to go with the pistol. They've got everything they need,
Attackers have
and then
discovered
some.
the location
But
of a
the
bomb.
trope, they've got all they need with locating the sites nice and quickly there. So, be all good to step to it. You know, preparing their attacking phase here. Having them wanting to play around as well.
10 seconds left.
Not too shabby.
Absolutely.
Or not.
5 seconds left.
It's anyone's guess. There is still a little bit of work needing to be done. And I mean, yeah, I think the Twitch is just making so much sense, especially as soon as they identify Sword is on that Goyo, the Twitch value just rises exponentially, being able to take out those Vulcan canisters from distance without actually having to risk any of your operators. It's just so invaluable.
Yeah, straight bargain there, isn't it? But let's see if they can get more value. Time presses on here. The trope. Wait things out. Looking to probe with the drone so far. Racing ahead of it slowly but steadily, but not going to be still fully committing towards anything yet. You know, they can't afford even the smallest slip up here. Otherwise, they're going to be in a big trouble. But see, Owen take down Sulfuric. Good trade though from Sword there. Already on to the 4v4. We're not going to be happy with that at all.
Yeah, poor Coach Owen. He's more in his element when he's lying on the ground with a shotgun. He does get himself a kill though. Taking down the Jaeger, unfortunately, far less impactful, I think, than the Nook would be. Jaeger's ADS is already down, so he's kind of done his job for the most part.
More to follow though. A down and out and sign to follow. So 3 for 3 situation here. They're going to be more around the outside. Take it slow, take it easy. Nugget trying to lock in on this destination here, but no one gets ahead of it. Sword good for it though. Does give advantage. UON now, maybe more in a second. Falling straight back. It's a counter attack from Mythic here. Double kill so far, and still got a few more to try and climb over. And Bart succeeds. 1v2 down to none. Sword slices it away.
I mean, it was an ambitious swing, 6 rounds in the mag there. Probably could have taken the time, reloaded, and even just gone for a plant attempt in the ult over that. But they overcommit and get themselves punished accordingly. For the time being, it's 3-2. You could easily end the half at a 3-3, especially given that we're looking bathroom tellers again, and that was the most convincing, well, actually I say that was the most convincing Latrobe attack. But UON, if they could just make a couple of adjustments here in terms of positioning, they could easily lock this down.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Easily lock it down and to give it the very best they can. But for now, move on to round number 6 here. Sites located with immediate effect, and UON into command respect. Now they approach this one. Curious to see how Sulfuric fares into this round as well. And plenty of points of preparation here, and ready to clear the path for their team accordingly. See how they go though. So the action phase comes to an open here. It's the Trove, you know, they're ready to launch their own assault onto this one and give it the best shot. Now, gates are open. Action phase will begin. Latrobe, eyes on you.
Into the action of it all, but coming out for Owen. So, I mean, shotgun adjacent, I will admit, but definitely not quite his wheelhouse.
maybe they'll roll away. They're stuck in the wheelhouse. You never know, but it is going to be a sign. A shutdown first by Owen. A good opening there. Looking to play around to the outside. Mythic locking in on that one. So, Sword will be disparaged accordingly. Latrobe already ahead by 2 players here, but there's still more work to be done, and there's still the opening to recovery for UON. Prepared for what else they can achieve now, though.
See if that's going to be enough to get another line of the 4-2. That is the Owen I know. Snaps onto Sulfuric's head and was removed from the server by a PC crash earlier in the game. This time it's just Coach Owen removing him from active play. Potatoes and Bud now needing to lock things down here in a postmart, much like the last time they defended this. Unfortunately, it was off the back of a retake. Owen very low, but so is Potato. It's a huge job on Potato's hands. Bud falls. It is a 1v5 to bring it back. Third for Owen in the round. Tucked into a corner, spotted, taken down, and the Trope will secure a flawless round to take the half 4-2.
Well done to them and theirs there. A confident beginning into the first half there. And we switch sides. So, the Trope going to be on the defense now. UON ready to attack, ready to strike at a moment's notice. But first, a strike is going to be on to our first set of operator bands. Who stays, who goes? Will they adapt, or will it be the exact damn same? As we find out the answer right now.
UON going on to the attack. Solid Snake removed. Such a great information gathering operator. Not going to be there at their behest, but the mirror is well taken away from Latrobe. I mean, again, a massively impactful operator on border in years past. Makes a lot of sense. Kaid, I'd imagine, potentially coming through here from UON. Monty from Latrobe would be my guess. No, Dockerby and his army. Just well off the mark.
Yeah, they're going complete other directions, it would seem. Looking to have plenty of surprises there. Capital coming out as well. So, in for what that one could bring here. Switches back as well. Sledge looking to smash their way into this one. Ayana actually going to be brought out too. So,
Attackers need to locate
see
and
all a
defuse
different
bombs.
variety of operators here and now, and very prepared for how they will approach the round going forward as we move to our preparation phase. All hands on deck here, and all barricades will rise.
Let's see. Oh, okay. Dynamite coming through from Sword. Another operator that I'm surprised we haven't seen more of tonight, but unfortunately for UON, Owen is now back in his element. Shotgun in hand, smoke in play. That man is going to be prone somewhere, blowing kneecaps off in a moment.
Surely. We're looking to shoot this one, Structure Kingdom come. And there beyond. But for now, we move on up to the action phase, ready to fly ahead of this one. Give it the best they can. Do the best they can. See how UON approach this one step by step. Look to reach past them. They're going to take it slow and steady in the beginning here. And the Trope, they're looking to just create more space for themselves as well. You know, I've got to give a bit of admiration to them. Opening the angles left, right, and center there. Just prepared to adapt at a moment's notice.
Absolutely. Smoke's out. There is no Glaz, though, to capitalize through, but just holding these tight angles. Looking to deny, and that is a great gun for AE47 to be holding. That jump in is to come in just in a moment. Aggressive, shoots out the barricade, pulls back, just trying to bait them into an overcommitment, but still holding in the break room for the time being. Has burnt a lot of time.
Be a little more than what they accounted for there. Reloading. Sites are located, and more to follow up with here as well. There's the first, Mythic opening up the account there. Sword down, more to follow. Sulfuric out of here. Mythic going absolutely legendary in their plays so far.
He's really stepping up, and I mean, yeah, it's names like that that show what, you know, these opportunities turn into. Big shots through from Owen himself. He continues. Oh, now it's just Mythic hunting down Bud Latrobe with yet another flawless.
Well done, well played to them, and there's their flawless victory coming out of that one. So 5-2 locked in so far, and we're to see more on the other side of this. So Solace actually can be considered. Nope, Smoke. The one opted for there. Oryx coming out as well. Why not? Nomad, all different points of greatness coming out there. Ash as well. To jump straight
Attackers
into
need
this
to
clash.
locate and defuse as many bombs
We
as
move
they
on
can.
to the prep phase now, and they need to find a way back in quick, otherwise Latrobe are going to be on a one-way ticket to a match point.
Oh, I love Oryx gameplay. If we can find an opening, especially with the prevalence that we see around these shield operators, Oryx and the Remadash just get so much value of being able to knock them down more often than not, finish up the kill before they have a chance to really react. So if AE47 can find those opportunities, he's going to be a real force to be reckoned with, but especially 13 seconds left in that prep phase, the walls being opened up, everything doing here.
Setting Volcan.
They're doing everything they can and more. So we see what else is in store. The other side of the action phase now to begin, and we have to take this one for a spin. They are taking it slow and steady. Going to clear a bit more space now. 2 minutes. 52 to go. They look to lay down some other points of fortification there. Looking to take any chances into the early phase here, and
Ooh.
they actually got a spot there, didn't they?
Yeah, Wyke was going to throw out one of his gadgets, but saw the ropes for the rappels and immediately pulled back, tucked into that wall. And full well that there was going to be attention coming his way. Just a moment, didn't want to overcommit.
Yeah, didn't want to overdo it. You know, want to take your time while you go through it, and very eager for what else they can do now. Just over 2 minutes remain on this one. Trobe, ready, waiting. What UON we're looking for? Already located the site, so that's a good start for them, but it's making your way over towards them and taking aim at it will be more chancy. But Owen gonna be the first one down there, so UON already on a positive path.
Oh, great return from Mythic there. Catches Cynic jumping over the balcony. The E1D will go out, but how much information are you going to find with Mythic just running rampant? Wycombe finding Bud, that's your Blackbeard. That is your frontline attacker now removed. You got flank watch, and that's about it left remaining. Maybe Sword can make something happen here, but I doubt it. Iron Sight to the FP7. A classic combo with this gun.
Always gotta love it, the classics, don't ya? And Inafor, if they can make classic a trend. Hold it back now. Nice patience from Wycombe there. Does a fine sword, and maybe more in a second. They just continue to exercise patience. Sulfuric, last player standing now. Trope on track and will claim it. 6 rounds to their name. They're on series point.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, coming into this Latrobe, I think we're pretty heavily favoured given that they aren't sitting fifth at the moment compared to UON, who, I mean, look, ninth. So it is a little bit of a mismatch in the grand scheme, but you had the experience of someone like Owen. The guy is a diligent coach and player in his own right, and then when he brings that experience to a team, a university team with young talent on it, it is a potent combo.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
It's going to be absolutely a deadly one, isn't it? See
Bomb
what else
located by
they can
attackers.
do, and now as get prepared as a saddle up, lock in. Give it absolute best we can. So the round begins off to a slow beginning, but Trope, you know, they're going to be okay. Going to be comfortable. Pressure's on UON now to deliver something or other.
Absolutely. Ash, Brava coming through, Bark. I mean, Monty is there available to them. They're just not wanting to go back to it after how things played out. I mean, realistically, there's a good chance that this is the final round of border. UON Latrobe seemingly having a firm grasp on the tiller.
That grip will not loosen in any way, shape, or form here. So very keen to see how they storm ahead of this one. Continue to lay down at these preparations one step at a time. But 2.5 minutes to go now. Owen still trying to break past this one. They might have had a chance there, eh?
Oh, he's getting bamboozled here. He's lost. Ankles broken by a drone, trying to figure out where that denial was coming from. And all of a sudden, those bandit batteries that would have been so impactful from AE47 are just completely removed. And that armory wall is free game, essentially.
Going to be in a bit of trouble, it would seem. We'll find the opening. Oh, and a first of all there from Sign, looking just fine. That's exactly what UON need. They need the openings. Owen, very disappointed in that one.
Yeah, he is. He is a little bit.
Oh, they agree.
Poor Cohen. He's been taken down. So is AE47 Sword. Finding some momentum here in the 9th round. And exactly what they need in this situation. Something to turn that time, give him a little bit of breathing room. I say that, and he's been immediately demolished here by CK Nugget, walking up that hall with the big LMG. Cine might be the one thing that allows him that kid. He can find even more momentum off of this round.
Yeah, they're going to need everything that they can get their hands on here and now. Mythic Nugget. Pressure's on, and they alleviate it one step further. Sign down, Sign alive. Maybe more to follow in a second here. Just under the minute mark now. UON will lose another one there. They can at least be brought back if possible, but this is looking more and more dangerous by the second here.
Oh, he jumped up on the table to get clear of the ankle holes that had been set up, only to find a razor bloom for his trouble. Sulfuric as well falls in bud with more bullets than HP. Oh, and he's just caught looking the wrong way entirely. And the Trove will close it out 7-2.
GG, well played. A 7-2, a confident beginning to this one, and a very pleasant surprise for Latrobe, I'm sure. Or maybe not surprising at all. You know, they always knew they'd take that last one. So, happy days all the way around there. Gotta absolutely love it. But we'll see how things shape up heading into our third series right on the other side of this break. And don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to AEL University Elite Series. We're going back at ya all over again. It's Matsy and Blue, and ready to have some straight banter and straight great games. And how you feeling about this one?
Oh, look, I'm always excited to jump in more University League after the shenanigans we got to see on Border. I'm excited for more, more shenanigans potentially to abound.
Yeah, I think we got lots more fun around the outside. You know, I think we're gonna have a grand time, so to speak. But keen as ever. See what else will be coming out of this one. You know, we've had a good diverse split of maps so far, and I think that there's going to be more to come, just like this series. UOM taking on RMIT in our next Clash of Titans here, and to see who's going to be represented.
Yeah, exactly. Names that I'm less familiar with. Obviously, we've seen RMIT already once tonight, so they have obviously got some, a very big household name. That is old Mr. Jim Beveridge himself, of the Beveridge family, of course. But you look at the rest of the team, Paper Magic, K Fractal, Melko, and Kenzo also pulled up in that match and had some very impressive showings for themselves. So UOM going to be coming in with already a team that's looking very warmed up to play against.
Yes, Attack of the Clones there, it would seem, and we're ready to get down to business into the ban phase now. So, good to see the good sportspersonship there. You know, everyone wishing each other good luck, and keen to see how everyone strings things together heading into the round. But first bands to come out will be locked down now, so say goodbye to none other than Mirror and Blackbeard.
Yeah, not totally surprised, especially on a map like Fortress. You don't necessarily have as many of those, hunker down spots like traditionally other maps where you could utilize a Kaid or a bandit. There's just so many avenues into most bomb sites. There's usually answers for that breach denial type deal, but taking something like a Blackbeard away from the attacking side makes it that much harder to get in the front foot. Obviously, you can still do the same with Monty, but he doesn't have that same lethality that a Blackbeard does. And then on the defense, a Mirror is just such a problem. So they've banned away 2 shield operators on the side of the attack, and I'd argue similar. I mean, Mirror not quite a shield operator, but obviously offers information for free with that Black Mirror, and then his army sets up barricades. So it's all about denying those lines of sight, and those operators being banned away means that those lines of sight aren't denied.
Protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Yeah, going to deny those points of contact there. Always good to stifle the vision of your opponents. You know, it limits their options in many big ways there. You know, really isolating the amount of lanes that they can play into. So difficult to tread into that one. You're going to have to exercise the utmost caution, otherwise you are going to be ejected out of the map promptly. But we'll see how things fare once our teams get down to business here, as we hold the position for the moment.
Yeah, and I mean, it's interesting, the alibi coming through. An operator that you see all that frequently, but one that can be highly impactful, of course. A lot of flank watch being set here for UOM on the attack. A lot of presence to be found there, but it looks like the camera will go down, and no players with it yet. Shots coming around the outside, though. Would be a moment to collide here. Timing could be impeccable there, but
reloading.
So far, no good. Still, take it slow, take it easy for the moment, treading closely towards the 2-minute mark, but nobody willing to light the match in order to start the fight.
We'll go out there from EK in this grim. I mean, again, an operator that's hugely impactful in terms of opening up that information, gathering potential, and denying angles. Crack stingers as well to cut off any routes up the stairs. You know that there's a motion detector there. You clear it out, denies that sound info. You can see there's still a decent amount of gap to close to get themselves in onto the objective.
More to follow as a Christos going to be the first one to fall there. So, great start from our defenders on RMIT here. Still got a bit more to do, though. Going to put a bit of util between them. See if they can clean things up accordingly. But Wolf and Co. may be in for a bit more trouble than they bargained for.
Luft balloons, he's making his way into the map room, finds himself on the receiving end of an Aruna. He gets punched down, and Melko will take him out. The other DMR in the hands of Jim Beverages takes down Evie. So it's a lot of big picks being found in quick succession, and it will be RMIT. Another flawless round for the evening.
Yeah, well done to them there. It looks like they're trying to stack up their records, so to speak. See if how many flawless rounds they can get in one evening. We might have to get the book of records out. They keep going like this, but we'll see how they go. Moving on to the next phase now. Operator's going to be locked and loaded. Tuber out. Thorn, everyone coming out there. Thermite, Striker, everybody is locked down, locked
Attackers
in.
need to
Just like our
locate and
teams
defuse bombs.
into the prep phase here and now.
That's it. Again, I think off of a round like that, RMIT feeling a little bit more comfortable. So we see the Thorn coming out, the same with the Fenrir. A little bit more option, a little bit more intricacy to their defensive setup. The attack Glaz being locked or hovered here. The Velix would be an interesting pick for sure.
Interesting as it can be how they lock down these last few moments. Preparations are being laid into the final stand here. UOM ready to rumble and ready to try and stumble their
Attackers
way
must
in.
locate and
You have
defuse a bomb.
a few little bits of utility as well. Keen to see the flashes get used in particular there. I'm sure that'll help them in one situation or another. See. There they go. That was an interesting drone position, wasn't it? Good that they spotted that one there. You know, I think they'd win a game to spot the difference if they played that for sure.
It's something that a lot of comp players do, is spend time figuring out where they can sit these drones for the most impact with the least potential of them being taken out, of course. So there's a lot of creativity in the community in that aspect.
Yeah, gotta really pay homage to them, you know, for being as creative as they can be, and that's exactly how you gotta be at the highest level of play. So, keen to see more just like that here today. Yeah, tonight, as move on into the next phase of the fight now, trying to create space so through the doorway there. See if they can find anyone on the other side of it. Melko, though, will be able to open things up in immediate trade, and more to follow as UOM come out on top so far.
Not a gunfight that you traditionally think goes the way of a Thorn between a Glaz and a fairly close range Uzi. But as it stands, a 4 versus 3, even if only a tenuous one. Jim Beverages falls. Unfortunately, the family dynasty is over for the time being at the least, as Random gets in and gets active. Or a little too late there for K-Fruit roll-ups. Didn't quite see the back of the player that he was looking for. It was a great angle, but a missed timing. Same with Paper Magic as he falls. Triple kill for Random. Great round so far. Looking for more. The coverage is there as they look to get this plant attempt off. Can K-Fruit roll up? Find himself an angle. He is sort of relegated to the wings here. Plant will start going down.
Start going down and a starter stacking it up. UOM on top of that one are going to be happy as can be to strike a firm and strike fierce. And it's 1-1, all tied up in towards round number 3 now. So our next set of operators is going to be locked in to this one, and not going to see any large changes so far.
I'm not surprised at all. Dormitory games, traditionally a site that is a little bit rough to attack. If you can get a decent setup there, get some denial going, it can be kind of a kill box, in all honesty. So we'll see if they can successfully make something of it here on the defense. Smoke, Inari, Warden, Aid, and Tuberal. I mean, a little bit of a slower start for Jim Beverages this map, but still only 2 rounds in.
Fortified the wall!
Here we go. 20 seconds. And we could see a dream come true. They move on up. Barbed wire down, so looking to put a bit of distance between them onto the staircase there. And we'll be able to catch the drone all the way through as well, so not going to be able to do any drive-by droning this time around. Maybe later in the piece they might have another chance.
There's just last-minute site editing coming through, and there are still some fairly direct routes in towards this bomb site. It's not the easiest one to defend, but like I said, if you have the right operators, you can make it pretty rough to push into.
Here we go. Need to just scope out the angles at this point as slow and steady. Trying to catch wind of where they could be coming from here. Looking to use some of their utility as well. Yeah, catching someone off guard with that one, but so far, going to be okay for the moment. Still no stone left unturned there. I love the calculative approach coming through from them. Take it easy here, but let's see who's going to find it now. As they move on up, no one ready to strike yet.
The JEGO bomb going off there from Docker beating the logic bomb. The old heads. Just trying to get that information. I mean, it's a great little sound cue to have. Player spotted through the window, but it is a quick exit from that point on. The Scorpion is an absolute bullet hose of a gun if you can find an angle, but it's EK. Find the paper milk down. Headed back almost instantaneously.
Yeah, 1 for 1. You gotta love it. And let's see. They can look to go for another 1-to-1 trade there, or if someone can find the advantage, take it up for 2. So we take it slow and steady. Not much of time remaining here, so RMIT doing a great job to just hold position onto this one, but UOM certainly are putting strides in to get as close as they possibly can to this one, and very eager to see what else they can do. And now, closer and closer time, playing it thin here. RMIT gonna have to prepare themselves accordingly, because there could be demons on the other side of the wall.
The only demon so far in the lobby is EKH, the Dokkaebi. Actually, no, I think it's Goblin is the Korean translation that it's meant to be. But either way, Sam's 40 seconds to play with Peripheral coming into effect, using those canisters to slow down that breach. And that's a great little tool to still have in pocket at this stage in the round. Shotguns galore. I mean, this is going to be a pretty hard push through. Velix somehow survives. He gets a free haircut from the Warden. 25 seconds. They're going to have to brute force their way and hope that this Monty can take the brunt of it. Great little crossfires being set up. Looking for the pre-angle. One down. Unfortunately, it's RMIT in a world of trouble. Back to the 4v3 advantage there for UA. Monty spotted, but he drops the shield and gives Jim Bevo the opportunity. A second for him. A third with the help of Melko. And it's going to be Melko playing mop up as Jim Beveridge plays his life for the kill.
Fantastic work coming through from them, and there's their RMIT will fight to the last and blast ahead of it, taking the second round in their favor and looking to give it everything they've got in it to the next phase now. 2 more bands, 2 more operators say goodbye. Who will stay, who will go? It's gonna be none other than Denari and Monty will no longer be into the fray. So time to play around the next set of bands here. Smoke gonna be locked down, super out. Everybody into give it the best that they can with what they have remaining.
Absolutely. I mean, RMIT 2-1 up could look to extend that lead off the back of this round. The defense has been, I mean, not flawless. Obviously, they've dropped the round, but again, they're the ones primarily dictating the pace of this map so far. Random, the only one really striking out from the side of UOM.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Sites are going to be located there, so UOM to start with scoping out the positions there, and let's see how we fare. 15 seconds remaining here. Still looking to just prepare themselves accordingly.
10 seconds remaining.
Get the barricades out and see how they go as the gates are about to open.
Attackers are
The
moving
action
to defuse
phase.
the bomb.
Glares again, this time in the hands of Luft Balloon himself. He can find more traction than Velix was able to, unfortunately losing out that fight to the Thorn earlier.
Here it is. Paper Magic. Still sticking back here, taking it slow and steady onto this one. Waiting to clear the space. 2.5 minutes to go now. Still just going to be prepared for what else could be on the other side of this. Can are going to be doing what they can here. What? UOM will to slowly but surely thread their way towards it. See if they can spin this one to victory.
Absolutely. Again, decent amount of utility that they will have to clear to be able to get into the bomb site true and actually find impact, and that's what EK is doing right now with this Twitch. Huge opening now created by the shock drones, but it's Velix. The first to fall, that is your gridlock, that's your flank watch now gone. That is disastrous.
Yeah, disasters are made to be overcame here, and see if they can get past this challenge. On a step of Urza, paper magic, sprays for the best, but they're forced to retreat at least for now. Play it from another angle before they need to tango again. Still, let's see. Else they can find a Melko as well. Be in for a bit of trouble on the other side of this. Timing's everything here, and there it is. Slice and dice for the double trouble. Looking for more. They find an angle shot coming out. Not going to be able to lock it in though.
As the Nitro looks to toss it through the breach, and unfortunately for EV, it's at his feet. Can't find the fourth as Random swings wide at the cost of most of his HP. EK chimes in for more. Jim Beverages on the sticks, and it's Random with more bullets than HP currently in a 1 versus 2. Paper and Jim incredibly healthy, top and bottom of the lobby for their team. We'll have to say, Jim Beverages not going to let it go.
Yeah, they're going to hold on firmly to that one, and will be happy as can be with another round for RMIT. And let's see which next set of operators will fare here. So take it slow, take it easy, but Smoke Warden, Aruni, Ram, Solid Snake, everybody will be bringing it out here.
Absolutely.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
3-1 lead for RMIT, well and truly in a position where they could extend that further. Looking pretty darn good at the moment.
Good as can be, ready to break free into our prep phase now. Barricades come up, got the charges ready to go, and we'll be barging in accordingly. So, UOM waiting patiently here, and ready for whatever UOM could bring to them. The other side of this preparation, but I like the barbed wire coming out, you know, locking in to those entry angles there, so it's going to be a little bit more difficult for them to connect through towards the bomb sites. The action phase now reaches its beginning, but RMIT, good for their last second preparations before they have to face off with their enemies face to face. Still, UOM keen, confident to give it the best they can here, and good to see what else they can do.
Vol reinforcements nearly done.
Absolutely. I mean, UOM have had moments. Unfortunately, they are carried is not quite the right word. Dragged potentially might be. Random is doing everything that he possibly can to try and keep the team in this.
Wait, I've detected an enemy nearby.
See what they can find now, Luflor. Easy for the moment. Looking to scope out some information. Got to pay, you know, respect to them there, but still got a bit of time before they need to go a bit more aggressively here. Speaking of, we do find the 1-to-1 trade-off. Oh my goodness, Luflor going to be stopped, dropped, and rolled out of there. RMIT striking ruthlessly.
No punches pulled. Jim's on for a double. 8-1 from him currently here on Fortress, and it is Velix left alone to his own device. And I mean, 1:30 on the clock against 4 members strong with RMIT. You got Melko as well, who is absolutely having a blinder right now.
To get down to it, Velix 1 versus 4. Do they stay? Do they go? It's a tough battle, and it won't be won. RMIT strike again, and we'll add yet another one to the tally there. So, it'll be happy as can be with a confident start. One more to go here. And UOM are desperately in need a round of recovery.
That they do. One that unfortunately may not be coming anytime soon. Whether or not they can make the most of this, it's kind of anyone's guess.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Locked down at the moment to just absolutely obliterate that wall there and see what else Paper Magic can do here. They hold on it firmly, put a bit of util between them there so they can at least keep things scoped out. Whilst they lay down these last moments of preparation here, but the attack of the drones now. The drones are looking to walk out with a confidence here. Evans, I'm sure they'll be able to find something off this. I've got a good feeling about it, but let's see. They can do now as the attacking phase, the action phase. It's a rumble. They're looking to fell straight up the building as well. So, going to take the high ground before they look to go down low.
Drone active.
I mean, they need as much information, I think, as they could possibly get right now. Unfortunately, their primary information gathering tool in the Solid Snake is gone. Pretty quickly dispatched there by Jim. 9 and 1 for himself, as he is rapidly approaching double digits.
Slowly but steadily pacing their way towards that one. And Melko surely should be able to find a one back. Let's see what they can do though. No, not going to get double digits today. Luftwolf makes them pay in a big way. Oh my goodness, Jim, what a shot.
10 and 1, double digits on the KD. Brought back to a 3v3. AEB takes down a fruit roller. So they will look to try and find some longevity in the round. Final of the half. I mean, 4-2, the ideal situation, although one that seems somewhat far-fetched, unfortunately, given how this map's momentum has gone.
Momentum at an all-time high and ready to supply many more. It's of killing potential to come, but Paper Magic will be waiting it out for now. Jim, ready to go with the triple, so looking to maybe lock in for all 5 if they keep up like this. See how they go. Uh-oh, Eben's in a bit of trouble. Going to be able to hold on for the moment, but Red may be in a bit of trouble as well. They go down in the round with them.
A quad for Jim Bevo himself. The man is yet another step on the rungs of dynasty for the Beveridge family.
Operator bands are going to be in on pace here. Who goes into this next half in contention? UOM desperately need to find at least the first one here in order to stifle some of the momentum built up by RMIT, but I don't know if they're going to be able to. They've certainly been a real thorn in their side, haven't they? With Monty and Thorn have been the first bands on lock.
Absolutely. But it's far from over. That much is for certain. Unfortunately, not far from over. There's some distance. There is definitely the ability for UOM to recoup here going into the defense of Fortress, but RMI team just seem to be on a bit of a bender.
Looking to lock in our operators now. Ela going to be hovered there, mute as well. Solid Snake coming at you live. Deimos as well. There you go. Charka coming out. So, lots of different operators coming out this time around. Seen some of them here tonight thus far, but you know what? Welcome to the mix. And let's see who else is going to be able to have their time in the sun, so to speak. So we move on to our prep phase now. Good to lay down the foundations of what it could be into this round. I'm sure that we see some greatness for certain, but the barricades will make their way forward for now. So looking good at the time being. UOM going to have to do everything they can in order to shut out RMIT, considering how much prowess they found on their own defensive side here. I can only imagine the devastation that may lay in their wake on their attacking phase, as they now get set up, good to go. It's time to snap to action.
You can't work on an art installation in the middle of the shooting range.
Absolutely.
Can't you just let this one slide? For old
I mean,
times.
realistically, there's. I mean, they've got the tools. I mean, it's undeniable. They've got the tools in terms of the operators, but when you've got Melko and Jim collectively dropping 22 kills for 4 deaths, those tools somewhat pale in comparison.
Here we go. Need to spin things into proportion here. Take it slow, take it easy. Before waiting patiently, even though could be the one taking all the damage right now, but it will evade it, at least for the time being. So it'll be a-okay for the time being. Still, gotta be worried about what else it could be on the other side of this. We'll see. If anyone else is going to be as reactive as what they have been for now, is already spicing things up.
Sure. Right. I mean, early damage on decay fruit roll-ups is a good sign. Take out some of these tools. I mean, okay, yeah, you just can't overlook Jim right now, and Melko, of course.
Throwing Selma. Get ready for the breach.
Nice opening there, and gonna shut out any other players potentially. Christos finally goes down. Jim, double trouble, and looking to claw ahead with more here.
Who's back, unfortunately. Oh no! He gets his competition out of the way. No more threats to potential kill steals. He wants the 20 bomb, and he is well on pace to make that happen. One more available in the round. All it takes is a pixel, and there you go. He's got 15. Unfortunately, for the 20 bomb to occur, it's going to have to be a full ace off the next round for Jim Beverages.
Yeah, very confident way to pace their way into that one. And you go to a C. What else will be on the other side of this, as RMIT are potentially one step away from absolute glory, and UOM are being left behind.
They are indeed. 6-1. RMIT looking very clean at the moment. Jim saw the prize pool, I guess. I think Jim knows full well that he's about to drop a 20 bomb at the University League, which have been few and far between.
Go, preparation phase well and truly underway here. RMIT already have located the bomb site, so they know exactly where they want to go here. They know exactly what they need to do to get there, and we are keen to see how they smash their way through, especially with Sledge at the ready there. But 5 seconds remain into this one now. Wait, get down to business into our action phase here. Last second barricades are going to be okay, good to go, good to flow. With the rest of this one, Jim Beverages and Co. I'm sure
Reinforcing
gonna be
wall.
prepared accordingly. But UOM, they got to stay on alert pretty much the whole time here. Any slip up, and that's game.
It really is. Oh, well, EKH is gone, and unfortunately, so is the 20 bomb. K-Fruit roll-ups on for a second as the top fragger for UOM is removed. He is shut down for his audacity just walking into the building. But he's taken out 2.5 players. Jim Beverages on for 17. Easily about to post the highest KD I think the University League has seen. 17, 1-1. A 17 kill to death ratio.
My goodness. Just absolute annihilation there. Incredible efforts are coming through from them. Certainly making an impact in a huge way. So, got to pay respect where it's deserved there. You know, they've definitely done a great job, and I'm sure that there's going to be many more great things to come from them heading into their future games. But speaking of future games, we got more on the other side of this break, everybody. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back before you know it. Welcome back, everybody, to AEL University Elite Series. Blue Banner Matzy coming at you with all the fun. It's another step of action with UQ taking on UNSW. And let's take a look at our rosters here and now.
Yeah, I mean, coming into it, a couple of names that I'm already seeing scars as for the side of UQ. Yeah, I mean, the competitive experience between those two alone is going to tip the scales just a little bit for UNSW, Med, Agent, Kras, Average, Conk, and Frosty. I mean, look, it's going to be an interesting one for sure to look to round things out.
Looking forward to it and keen to see how we go through it as we jump into the clubhouse, El Clasico. Yeah, and now jumping into the banner phase to start here. Which operator stays or goes? It's all going to be up to our teams as they prepare for battle.
Exactly it. I mean, Kaid argument could be made for, I would imagine, Ace or Thermite. One of those two is likely going to be taken away. Admittedly, I could be wrong. Could be like a Ying Azami band out as well. It's really any guess of these teams. And Miramonte, another two that make perfect sense to ban away.
Yeah, make absolute sense there. So, gonna say goodbye to those operators this time around, and we'll say a goodbye to a couple more in to the next phase as well. So we hold patiently onto this one and to give it their absolute best. But it's time for the next set to go. Kaid and Maverick, the next off the docket.
Yeah, okay. So thinking maybe an Ace and a Kaid. Kaid gets taken up. Maverick is, I mean, usually when you see Ace or Thermite banned away, Maverick is the standard follow-up. So it means that it's just going to be a little bit harder to clear these breaches. Thatcher, obviously still being in the pool, means that there is a direct answer 9 times out of 10 in terms of clearing that utility, especially on something like Cache CCTV, which is, again, one of the staples of this map.
Yeah, good to have the answers they need there. Obviously, as you said,
Attackers need to
even if
locate
one
and defuse
operator gets
bomb.
banned out, there's always another opportunity, another answer they can bring there. So,
Changing
need to see how much of the roster to clear through. It's round number 1 now. UNSW setting up their defenses, looking to give it at the absolute best they can here. Eyes on the prize. I'm gonna say eyes on Med to deliver their best work for UNSW here.
Razor Bloom on the admin patch. Means that dropping down is going to be a little bit dicier, so you have to hope that they scout things out here. As well use a bit of a death trap.
Yeah, and you want to avoid that at all costs, don't you? You know? Don't want to get knocked out earlier than you have to. Want to add to this one, but for now, step to it. Jump in to first round and the first state of action here. Put the jammer out, so Med are going to be good for that at least. They can catch wind of any enemies trying to glide their way by in the beginning phase here. But Raz did a good job as well, you know, trying to just keep scope over things from the stairs there. I'd actually spot them. Oh, there you go. That's good. Ping already coming out. Managed to catch one of the opponents in the hallway.
Yeah, I mean, holding top red on Clash is just such a power position, especially with support, and you've got that from Med and Cash, just someone with a good gun that can swing those angles, but unfortunately, as not a player that you want to be swinging all that often, just crazy when it comes to that heads-up gunfight. They will absolutely ruin your day.
I think I cursed Med to be taken down first.
Oh, Az is an incredibly capable player, so it was always going to be a bit skewed, I think.
Maybe we're both throwing out curses tonight, you know? I think we've got to be worried about players we look through, but we'll see what else comes through into the remainder of the round here as UQ are off to a good start, and we'll see a trade-off into that next engagement, but it's UQ still pulling ahead in the end.
You have to be a little bit careful. Unfortunately, yeah, Panzer's probably not going to live that one down. Getting, you know, done by a clash is not something you see all that often. Usually it's setting up for someone else on the team to finish off. But pulling out that SPSMG, getting a flick off like that is a pretty rough pill to swallow. Scars takes out Average Con, Crass at a 1 verse 3 spots. 1 takes out Scars of the Circular Beers roster, if I do remember correctly. Lifeline. Concussion comes through, just waiting for the jiggle pig. SPSMG 9, not the greatest guns, but in a game where a headshot is the difference maker, all you have to do is tap the dome. Oh, another concussion comes through, looking for the swing. Damage, but Kras has a great shield, but then Ace through falls out position. Athena able to capitalize cleanly.
Capitalize it cleanly and be keen to give it a more accordingly. Take it as slow, take it easy. Move on up at 2. Round number 2. So, UQ pulling through with confidence there. UNSW left behind on that one. Yo-Yo, Jaeger, Rudy, Smoke, Zafia, Dokkaby, a Thermite. Lots of operators are going to be brought out this time. A Scopos, even an IQ there, be brought in to the fold this time around. So, love to see it. You know, I'm keen to see who else is going to be added to the tally this time around. As we load our way in, preparation phase going to be well and truly underway there. You can see our players just looking to scope things out, create the default openings accordingly, and see if they can be ever present before diving into the next one here.
Barrier in place.
Yeah, down to the basement. And again, another site that is notoriously hard to breach sometimes. No Maverick means that you're probably wanting an answer. There's no hide as well, obviously, and less risk of not being able to breach that. So they're not even going to try and go for denial. There's just too many ways to deal with it. Coming in from dirt.
Too many opportunities of denial there, isn't it? See if there's going to be a bit of that afforded to both sides here. Frosty looks to just create some subtle openings on the high and low ground. See if they can take scope over whatever else they may need to be aware of accordingly. Just take it easy. Dokkaby coming into full effect there, it would seem. So, be good to take advantage of that one. Kras, first one to fall down. A good Scars, and need to see if they can supply a few more kills accordingly.
Like some of these angles, figure out some of that detritus around the map, the flavor as you will. But yeah, losing your Scopos early, very, very rough loss, at least this early on. Ivana will go to work on those hatches, no denial whatsoever, so it is going to be 3.
Lucas can be and ready. Get into this one for more as they open the door. Med, good to find the opening on the Scars there, but need to capture a few more where that came from. They take it slow and steady onto this. Still try and spin something into action.
For that bird angle, Med does have the impact, so they can go for that impact trick. But it is going to be a matter of time and making sure they've got their bases covered, especially with this ram going to work now. Figuring out that floor in the kitchen, making so many threatening vert angles.
Yeah, they're going to be extra careful. Speaking of, Med, going to be absolutely swung away now. So, another good opening from Az there. And, you know, I think there's a big reason you've highlighted them, because they are an absolutely deadly force so far.
Az has been for the longest time. Just been such a threat when it comes to this outright gunplay. Looking for something, looking for anything. Taking a bit of punishment there of her own making. Pull back for the moment, but it's Panzer. The next skill through. Stun grenades out as Ancient removed from play. Frosty on this smoke and average comp on the Aruni. I say that Frosty's gone. Now it's Aruni with that logic bomb going out, just tucked in into armory and spotted, lined up, almost taken down, but Az goes to the re-swing and gets it done the second time.
Gets it done and dusted, and we'll be happy to take control of that situation there as UQ pull through over and over again. But now it's time to lock in our next set of operator picks here and now. To see Castle actually come out this time, so need to lock things down accordingly. As Army Nomad actually going to be coming into the mix there. Bandit, Ram, ready to give it their all, and keen as can be to see who will rise, who will fall. Will this be the moment for UNSW? Step back in action here, gain some traction, or will it be another one into the border for UQ as UNSW facing off against quite a intimidating force time and time again here, but surely this could be the moment of a new hope.
Absolutely. Not really bringing much in terms of denying. I mean, at least clearing that denial, rather. There it is. Okay. There could be some bandit trick shenanigans. I don't think so. If they can get... No, they've switched off the Ash as well. So it's going to be Az that has to do the majority of the clearing, I think. Getting in through maybe red stairs from below and trying to shoot out from there. Either way, it isn't going to be the cleanest offensive defense.
It isn't going to be the cleanest at a time there, but you know what? There's still going to be some surprises on the other side of it, I'm sure. You know, maybe they can do something we weren't expecting. Speaking of, ooh, sneaking a shot through there. Nicely done, Athena. Going to be having to stay on their toes after that one. Luckily, it didn't get executed, but certainly felt the impact. So speaking of executions, though, agents are going to be the first one facing the guillotine there, and a good start from UQ. See, they can pull through with more.
Watch out. Enemy devices in dark.
Oh, there's a lot of very temperamental angles that need to be dealt with, but it's Scars walking up. Wealth of competitive experience from him in recent years. Going to be brought to bear against this UNSW team. In position. I mean, the fact that they've got con control is everything right now. And bandit trick coming through. Frosty, I think he may have got it down. He does, from the sounds of it. That is one exothermic charge no longer in play for Panzer. He's only got the one left.
One left. Maybe a more on the way here. Hold a position for the moment as Scars. Let's have their teammates at least try and communicate and see through here, but preparations have been laid down for UNSW as well. Anita straight down. See if they can set things up or find the right angle here to get much from it at the moment, but they're desperately just trying to bring out some suppressive fire. See, catch anything else. Ooh, a big response. Az goes down. Can be brought back though, but I like this from UNSW.
The fear of old would have been fine in and of herself, but no longer. Scars finds one, trades out Panzer, taken out by Med. Player top red with that reinforcement is going to be fine for the time being. Surely there's an angle where they can get Az back up. You know, there's one top red. They've got 40 seconds to make this one happen. A 3 versus 3 effectively. And there you go. It's tucked in towards the bedroom. They're going to pick Az up. And it will be 4 versus 3. They can just play the numbers game here. Just needs to be a matter of trade. Stuns there. Deep in towards top red. They're just going to hold tight angle into CCTV. Swung on. Frosty falls. It's a triple for Scars. And the round could go for the full ace. Blunt going through, but Cookies the next to be taken out of the equation. But that diffuser will go on through. Scars knows there's one. Top red. He's looking for the swing. Trying to cut up the angles in towards CCTV as well. There's too much for him to do. Now he's getting sprayed down. He's going to find 4. Can he get the full ace on his lonesome? No. Crass with the deagle. Takes him out for a double, but has fallen but not out. Will get back up into play and find the closer.
They get knocked down, but they get up again. You ain't ever going to keep them down. And UQ going to go to town on that round there. Moving on to our last set of operator bands for this half. Who will be on the chopping block this time around? Well, both teams have made a quick, swift decision. We will say goodbye to Bandit and Dokkaebi. So, won't see those operators anymore, but who will come in their stead? We'll find out right on the other side of this. As Flash looks to lock in, a Lion going to be roaring their way through for Cookies there, and maybe more to follow up as we open up the account. Striker on a line as well. Round number 4 on the other side of this door.
Really, your only option in terms of the breach denial, unless you're looking to brow, unless you're looking for the impact
protect
tricking.
your bombs from being defused by
Those are the cleanest, especially as we head to bedroom and gym. And this one, again, has sort of ebbed and flowed in terms of popularity as a bomb site. At the moment, it definitely feels pretty comfortable, especially with the flash in place, especially with that thorn. With no breach denial, it does become a little bit problematic.
Yeah, problems, they're there to be solved. And let's see. Now, find the solution. As working things out in the early phase here, UNSW. So looking to hold position for now, create the openings they need to see. They can create space and they keep control of it for as long as they possibly can. And for now, UQ look to take it to the skies right now, rise up to the high ground, and also create openings from a distance. I kind of love that, you know, in case the enemies are playing from real close, they can look to lock it down from afar. But for now, they are going to be setting up on the top shelf there with their drones, so they can hone in on a bit more information there as well. You know, it's always going to be a game of informational warfare before you come face to face.
Absolutely. You got to... I mean, preparedness is the best fix in most situations. And already you're just getting that information. Cookie's just trying to figure out if there's any lurkers down in that basement, because deep roams can be a very, very tough thing to deal with, especially in the late stages of an execute, when you know you've got 30 seconds left on the clock and suddenly you're being hit from 2 different directions. It's better to know that there's no one down there. Get that confirmed.
Great start there, and looking for more. Agent actually fights back though, catching Scars off guard there, and looking to leave more Scars behind. But will be again Agent, good for the double kill here. So managing to find their spark into this round. See if they can hit the mark on to another. They just burst straight out the damn building. They're keen as ever.
Cheeky little run out attempt. Bold and sometimes fruitful, unfortunately not this time around. 3 versus 3. Very tagged up now though, UQ, much the same for UNSW, but it's Crass that's taken the brunt of that punishment. But it's a clash. That is the one big benefit here in the situation. That shield is going to be invaluable if UNSW want to claw this round back.
Yeah, they're going to need to really continue to make great strides here. It's already looking better. They do have a player advantage now with cookies going down and out. Good for Graz to secure it, maybe more. Playing around the door here. Athena in big trouble. They need to play around the shield and they will yield a big result. Average conk does go bonk, locking in the kill there. Panzer, last one standing, staring down the enemy. And the round goes to UNSW. At long last, they're on the board.
Oh wow, Crass is really putting on a bit of a clinic with the clash today. Really showing the depth and breadth that she can bring to a strategy.
Yeah, and I love to see the full extent to that, right? You know, because it's great that they can utilize their operators to, yeah, their fullest potential. Now, I'm keen to see more where that came from. Diana can be locked down for cookies there, and maybe more to follow. So we get prepared, locked in for our preparation phase now. So, UNSW, having a taste of glory, but they're still going to put in at least a couple more steps if they want to even this one up 3-3. Maybe go for more, we'll see. Now the remainder of this first half goes though, you know, there's not much longer to go here before we see the switching sides.
Absolutely. You've got to take it round by round from this point. I think if you're UNSW, don't overplay your hand, don't overcommit, don't do anything silly. I mean, I say that Agent got a massive 2-piece before running it out last time. But that audacity needs to be balanced.
Razor wire in position.
Yeah, got to balance the score there, and need to see what more we may find the other side of this round here now. Take it slow, take it easy.
CC
Yeah,
shield
for
ready.
battle. We're gonna battle. Saddle up. Let's see who can strike first here. It's UQ. Still just take it slow, looking to poke and prod their way through the various openings there. See, they might gain a bit of traction. But UNSW aren't affording them anything.
Not at all. No quarter given here by UQ. And you can see that in sort of the operators they're playing. It isn't quite as methodical. It's not quite as precise. It is very much a enable one, if not two members, to just go full forward, the full court press, as it were. And UNSW, I mean, to be fair, it has been working reasonably well. They've been pretty overwhelmed.
Yeah, pretty well as well, but see what happens on the other side as the bell rings and the Kraz sings to the high heavens. Panzer is down. They will find another player advantage here. UQ at least have found the bomb sites though, so it's a good way forward. See if they can find it all the way back. Kraz in deep trouble now. Oh my goodness. Needs to fall back with a great haste and will not waste that opportunity and will recover for now.
Yeah. Clutch a renegade. And the hatch above blue from stock. Cass and Ned, not the healthiest, but they've still got 5 members strong. The 3 remaining of UQ. Unfortunately for them, 2 of those 2 are Az and Athena, and they can very much bring this one back.
Yeah, very much. Make strides to bring it back and see if they can get the counter-attack here and now. 50 seconds to go now. UQ slowly treading their way forward, trying to see if they can catch someone off guard here. But I mean, the ball's in their court. You know, the pressure is on UQ to make strides. See if they can get along this one. Still a bit uncomfortable, more so as the time plays out here. It's going to get desperate if they don't get a move on. UNSW ready, waiting. But who will get out of this one?
Well, unfortunately, Athena and Az will not. His average is on the tools. Cookies has to fight into everything and a clash. UNSW get themselves a flawless to boot. That is an impressive hold from them.
Impressive as can be. You gotta love it, and they're managing to claw their way back in step by step so far. So, very eager to see what else is going to be on the other side of this. And now, as our operators get all locked into Brow, well, my Ash, Sophia, Striker, Grim, everybody locked in Allegiant, even making an appearance there from Agent. So, good to see that they have prepared themselves accordingly into our 6th, our final round of this first half here. So, UNSW having a strong momentum behind them on their defensive side towards the tail end here. You know, in an ideal world for them, 3-3, all tied up. In an ideal world for UQ, they come out on top 4-2. But either outcome remains a possibility here. So, see if UQ can finally stifle some of this momentum that UNSW have been able to build here. Whether UNSW will continue to clear things out.
Very much so. I think it's a workable situation. UNSW need one more. They're tied up and gives them a great kicking off point going into the second half. But the talent alone on UQ is going to be a little bit scary.
Scary, not so nice. We'll see. We can spice things up. We prepare to settle the accounts here. Could be rappelling up the building early on, so UQ at least they're taking high position here. Agent ready on the opening as well. I love how they're holding the tight angle there. They wait patient enough. Could find an opening, but not yet. Maybe soon though. I like how they navigate every angle of it. You know, just waiting. Anybody who could come through and suppressive fire. And force them a little bit back here. They know someone's around the corner and oh! That's a complete swoop in.
Very much so. Scars is having a real rough time of it. Despite having the most kills on the team, he has been put down in every single round so far. It's a bit rough.
See if the roughness will turn to more smooth sailing approach for the rest of this one. Look to open up the wall, stall thing out there. Athena, ready to go. So waiting for the show to begin here. A minute and a half on the other side of this one, and now see who can strike first onto this one. As prepare accordingly, flash going out there and into smash their way through. one a step at a time here. Good shots through, not connecting as yet, but certainly getting closer and closer to their enemies as time plays out here. But UNSW, again, just doing a great job to stall them out, playing for time here. This is great so far.
Yeah, they're really understanding what they need to do. Make them overstretch, make them overcommit to positioning, and from there, it's a pretty easy cleanup.
Cleaned up and good to go. Let's see how the rest of this one flows now. Bring out a little bit more of utility there. So taking it easy, Krabs. The creep around the corner. Not to be spotted yet. Panzer might spot them in a second though. Krabs there, first to the account, looking for more. Frosty does open it up as well. UNSW is welling past them, as at least able to find a one back at the final stretch here. Cookie's down, but not out. It can be recovered, but Az might not even have time to do it. 18 seconds and a dream, and honestly, right now, it's looking like a nightmare. 1v4. And they say no more. 10 seconds. Oh, they're in a deep trouble, and just like that, Med locks it down. So, 3 for 3. It's all tied up.
Yeah, that might be, unfortunately, not the result that they were hoping for, but very much the result that UNSW were wanting to get on the board. A 3-3 half is commendable, if not to be somewhat expected on the map.
Yeah, somewhat expected to come through there. And let's see what the next set of operators will look like. There you go. Monty and Guide going to be the first on the chopping block there, but there's still more to go here.
Yeah. Bandit maybe. Azami. Potentially on the attack. Blackbeard, Maverick. Yeah, Breaches. Fairly likely. Yeah, Blackbeard and Azami both taken away.
Yeah, going to be a stock standard across the board, isn't it? Ah, it's the UNSW special coming out. The bug being hovered there by Med. So, need to see how that one plays out for them. They always love that operator. Always love to see them bring that one out, and keen to see if this will be the continuation of their rise to glory, or whether this might be the start of their downfall. Yeah, we've seen when they bring the buck out, it's a real 50-50. Real flip of a coin, if you will. But we're going to see how it all goes into the preparation phase right now.
Yeah. Solid operators so far being showcased here. Veteran Jim opener as well, with that Denari with the Rooney. And the Mira being allowed through is interesting. I think given the operators available, I think the right decisions were definitely made in terms of that ban, but Mira is going to make this push just a little bit harder.
In position.
Yeah, and maybe that could be exactly what they need to bring more traction. Yeah, but speaking of faith, now they have to have faith in their teammates heading in into the action phase here. UNSW, you ready to attack here, and UQ ready to stack things up and prepare for the onslaught ahead. The siege on the other side of this, if you will. But Scars, let's take the low ground for their team this time. Ready to see if anyone is going to try and meet them on the stairs, but nobody to head in that direction as yet.
You need to get too eager, too keen. Oh, the oil pit angle from Az. This is cheeky. I kind of honestly what I would have expected from them. Let's get a little bit in their head. Play the mind games, play an angle that no one's expecting, and it does throw them, potentially.
Yeah, may throw a little bit of a spanner into the works there, but see what else can occur here. So wait up patiently. Panzer holding position. Scars down, but can be brought back if they find the right timing here. Might be not able to be retrieved though, you know, considering maybe letting it wait for them. Still, there's going to be a Panzer to fall as well as Athena now. 2 versus 5 basically in favor of UNSW, and their calm and calculated approach is now serving results.
And very crisp in their attack, but oh, that is a very white screen for Az. That's just Cookie alone, and they just get run over. UNSW, all the momentum in their camp.
All the momentum and then some. So they will be able to claw their way all the way to the top now in the lead, 3-4, and keen to see what else is going to be in store here as they hover over the blitz this time. Ooh, maybe holding position for a little bit there. I'm sure that yeah, we'll get down to business momentarily.
Yeah, tech was called. There's one of the UNSW players unfortunately depart the lobby. Well, they'll be back any moment.
Yeah, Mad gonna need some assistance there. Maybe call the ambulance to get Mad back on deck. Let's see how things go. As we hold things down, but we'll be back in action as soon as it's all sorted. We're gonna head to a break for the moment though, so stay tuned. Thank you. Well, welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for coming in to this one, and thank you for your patience. We are going to be coming back into the game very, very soon here as we get prepared to get back into
Attackers
battle.
need to
So
locate
apologies
and
for
defuse
the
bombs.
technical difficulties there, but they have since been resolved. Maybe spending a bit too much time with Dockerby there, don't you think, Blue Panda?
Maybe even Thatcher getting involved and just ruining everyone's day. Sometimes, yeah, look, the power just shuts itself off and we don't know why. And the best assumption is it was an EMP.
MP inbound and ready to hit the ground running on to this one. So we move on up to the next round ahead of us. But curious if the time in between might have
10 seconds to
actually,
go.
mitigated some of that momentum that was built up by UNSW
5
and
seconds left.
maybe created an opening for UQ here. We'll see
Attackers are moving out to
how
locate
things
a bomb
fare
and
as
defuse
we move on in into the action phase now and get ready for a battle here. Just trying to create a few more openings UQ before they are forced to deal with UNSW accordingly.
Yeah. Alright, the Malusi as well, just trying to slow that progress through logic, given it is a pretty straightforward approach to that top floor. Makes a lot of sense, and alright, in cash, in stash, ready to go, ready to rock with the mirror window as well, deep in the back of bedroom. I rate it from Athena.
Nicely done, and sites are going to be located nice and quick as well. So good to take control of the situation there, and the information are going to pay dividends for sure. But again, they're keeping scope out of this situation as well. To take advantage of the mirror kit there, Athena creating a bit of a window for their team so they can to keep their eyes peeled and see if they can hold down their positions accordingly. But hands up. Looks to opt away from the stairs this time, so look to take Syrup to another point of contact. Speaking of, Frosty rains down hell upon Scars there. Now the account is open for business.
Oh, Frosty pulls off at the last second on the CCTV window angle. That could have been another kill going his way. Yeah, Scar's just really having a rough run of it.
Yeah, painful, isn't it? Hopefully they can alleviate some of that heading into future rounds at a minimum, because yeah, it's definitely been a difficult endeavor so far. But we'll see what else will be on the other side of this momentarily. We hold patiently. Drone are coming out, so can try and hone in on some information as we head towards the minute mark now. Ready to ignite the spark and ready to get this one underway here. They take down as much util in their path as they can, but battle's not won yet. Panzer, though, are going to be the first victim. Good for Frosty there, looking to lock in on more. A drone ready to go for Frosty as well.
Yeah, losing 2 key players early on. Very, very rough here, especially with UNSW having regained so much off the last few rounds. Cookies and Athena both fall to Agent, who, again, has had flurries of brilliance throughout the entire run of this clubhouse so far. And Frosty slams it home, opens the round, and only to close it too for a flawless.
Looks like there's absolutely nothing to worry about for UNSW, as the momentum not going to be swooped away from them. In fact, it's going to be back in full swing and ready to give much, much more, as their attack is on lock. Yeah, so speaking of on lock, we've got our operators locked down, locked in. They're good to go. Malusi and go. Let's see how they can try and steal the show as we start to think about our preparation phase here. UQ in troublesome waters. UNSW, one more round is all they need to secure match point here, so certainly going to be not a calm place to be in for UQ right now, and I'm hopeful that they can find a way to have a bit of a resurgence here, but UNSW right now are looking almost unstoppable.
Yeah, no, I mean, that momentum shift, even with a disconnect there, has been so severe. UNSW really, the ones now in the driver's seat, you need to try and wrench that back from them if you can.
10 seconds to insertion.
To reach back and ready themselves for
5 seconds
the
to go.
impending attack here. As the action phase now comes to
Attackers are
fruition.
moving out to
So,
locate a bomb and
UNSW
defuse it.
finally get a move on and get ready to go. Still, last a minute bits of util. Now, gonna be put to the score here and ready to see what else they can do as they hold back for the second. Take to the higher ground, ready to surround the sites and to strike accordingly.
Drop. Be on the way in just a moment. They're going to play it safe. Agent jumps on a drone and gets in a lodge. Oh. Okay, that's a very big kill early on, and a cheeky one from Dirt. Oh no, okay, so it was main stairs over towards construction. Yet again, Siars, unfortunately, his unlucky streak continues.
Yeah, they're just having a bad day, aren't they? You know, I think that, you know, there's a rain cloud just hovering over them, and there's no signs of clearing. Hopefully in the next round they'll have some kind of reprieve. You know, the rainbow will shine through or something. But now it's a sad time. Still, it's gonna be a good time for Kraz there. Athena down and out.
What a shot! That tiny bird angle that Athena was trying to capitalize on. To be. Now, with that momentum, UNSW, you're going to start marching on down, putting that pressure down towards the base. 3 versus 4. Panzers and Cookies. All they need to deal with is the splits.
Lift or steal. Let's see how they feel. You know, it's the rest of this one now. Take it easy for a second longer here. Still, you can find some kind of crack through the armor there. I love that angle. It's so tight, but not going to be able to light things up from here and need to see what else they can gear on up with. Take it slow for the moment.
Yeah. Oh, okay, that's what that sound was. The Malusi gadget opening and closing due to Med's proximity from above. I was a little confused, but time dwindling. 40 seconds on the clock. It is going to have to be a bit of a fool's rush here. Need to find the angle properly. If they can get blitzed down with that shield in play, pick up some of that gadgetry, they're going to be really on. Fortunately, just 2 players over towards AKs looking to hold down this spot. Utility dumped in, smokes to cover. Crash finds his kill on the Cookies, down to 2v4, but the goo mines make it a little bit harder. Players over in Church need to get themselves in the sight. There's a player in AK, swings the player in the diffuser, gets the finish. Player from behind doesn't get the kill. There's the drop down though from Med. It's on to Panzer with 9 seconds left to go. Med on the diffuser, needs to find the angle, but Crash on the cover. UNSW on a rip and a tear.
Well done, well played as they take another step forward here to match point. UQ, it's time to lock in here and now or be left behind completely. As we move on to our final ban phase here, both teams need to lock out everything they possibly can, honestly, and need to see what comes out on the other side of this now as our operators are locked out here. It's a Docby and a Bandit saying no more. But what else is in store now as we get to see our next picks locked in on what could be our final round here unless UQ can find an activation.
Yeah, I mean, not necessarily at all the situation I expected from UQ. Even what I've seen of their players in the past, I would have thought for sure that this would have been a much more brutal contest. Clearly, UNSW have really brought a roster to the table here for the England.
Protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Yeah, they've really locked in. You know, they had some rough strides, I'll say, into some of their previous endeavors, but it feels like between last week and now even, they've just locked in. Like, they're looking a lot more confident than what I'm used to, and I hope that this is a more regular occurrence for them coming forward. But the war's not won yet. You know, they still have another step to take here, so won't get too far ahead of ourselves until a result is locked in for one side or the other. As our last moments of our preparation phase run their course here, sands in the hourglass reach their final grain, and now ready to see who will be able to bring themselves forth into the action phase as UNSW get ready to charge.
Rook brought the cookie. I had some more survivability to the roster. 4 of 5 have picked them up. As I think is off on roam duty. No, they're going to be. Oh, no, they are. Okay, still down in the basement. So there's going to be a bit of a bunker hold. Look at the utility. It doesn't really surprise me.
Yeah, no surprises yet, but there might be more surprises on the other side of this as soon as they hold back for the moment. Drone are coming out just to scope out the situation. No one caught yet, so they can look to just hold patiently there. Push in through construction because they know their path is a little more clear there. And they can look to work around their teammates as well. I'll have to see it, but very keen and curious to see what Cookies and Co can do now as they dictate the pace accordingly and ready for action.
There they are. This buck coming into play once again. Mention that Bert Crass post the rehost is having an absolute belter.
Yeah, more where that came from, eh? And keen to see how that belter turns into a swelter. So you take it easy for the moment. No one has struck yet. Med close to it if they can just find an angle. Ooh, they're dangerously close there. They don't even realize how close they are, but opportunity not afforded yet. Be in a second though. Good pings to come through. Athena rather. Actually going to be the opener there. So good to find Kraz onto that one, and this could be the start of a recovery.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a singular kill. They've got the lockout with the smoke canisters in towards Dirts. They've got the makings of what could be a salvage round at the very least. You have to be careful though. This Blitz knows full well, has information. Just waiting for the pixel to peek out. Little does he know, the player hard left of him. Pans a great little kill there. Removes such a massive threat from the attacking side.
Threat neutralized and ready to find a more. It's a Med though, locking down on Az there. 3 for 3 situation. A gooder for another Panzer. Does a fire to the perfect strike force there, and it's all going to be up to Frosty. They're in a lot of pain, a lot of trouble, and there's no way out there. Oh my god, that is just devastating, isn't it?
If it wasn't the smoke canisters, it was going to be the gas tube that had ignited not seconds ago. So damned if you do, damned if you don't. A 4th round on the board for UQ. 2 rounds to force overtime. Be the first of the evening as well.
I'm eager to see if it does play out. You know, this is a great comeback from UQ. Right on the final stretch there, they managed to make their mark. And see if they can continue to light the spark here. They give it their absolute best. As
Defenders
our teams
protect
lock
your
down
bombs.
their operators and get good to go into our prep phase here. So UQ, confident into the last one and hoping to bring more of that into this one as well. Hold position for the moment, ready to lock in as many angles as they can here. They get the barricades up and see if they can put whatever they can in between them and theirs here. But for now, teams are still just going to stick into position. Only a few more moments left in the prep phase here, but UNSW, they're ready.
Wall reinforced!
Absolutely. Bringing everything they can. Twitch is there. I mean, you get those shock drones in the right place. Suddenly those mirror windows really count for a heck of a lot. Mention the fact that, I mean, you pair that with the Flores and those Rotero drones. So there's going to be multiple angles of approach to try and deal with this flat, holding things down.
Yeah, multiple points of contact there, ready to lock in and see who will be able to down first. A good suppressive fire coming out from Frosty there. Site's located as well, so UNSW good for that at least, and it'll be good for more in a second. Agent Pell's up on the height there to begin the fight one way or another. Med as well, to see if they can smuggle their way forward, get a bit more information before committing to the bid here. But UQ, at the moment, still unfazed, you know, not overcommitting towards anything, not giving themselves away, so good that they aren't overdoing it and overcommitting to anything to afford UNSW any openings.
Yeah, that's calculated and smart. But is that going to be enough at the end of the day? We're finding out now. Scars gets himself on the board for the first time in a long time. That's a big one.
Yeah, great opening there, Scars. Welcome back. And ready to go as they open up a second now. Agents are down and out. So, will it be good for them? Med, though, back on track. It does manage to dispel at least one of their forces. Flash coming through as well. They know there's more enemies on the other side. And can't afford to push it too brazenly there, but maybe openings reached in other points of contact. Trying to reach some of the wires away, it would seem. So average conk good for a few of those. Not all of them can be dealt with, however. So, and some of them will reset. See you later.
Just completely red on his way in the window, as will be traded out immediately by Med, who's also having a pretty darn good game for themselves. 3v2. Open some of these long angles in towards Con if possible. Just gives them a little bit more control over the objective itself. That shotgun will allow just that. Ooh, Frosty. What angles do they actually have set up to try and contest this? They've got 35 seconds to make a play here and get that plant down. Swing things back in their own favor. But it's just mind games. UQ have the site so locked down, it means they're looking every which way at where the threat could be coming from. There you go. Frosty falls. It's Med alone. They are just hounding him at every single step currently.
Yeah, hounding and pounding away every step. Med comes to play. A triple kill to their name, but seconds remain. The rounder could be dispelled without an answer, without cause. There it is. So, UQ, good for it. We'll just run its course there. And, yeah, they're just going to take it easy onto that one. Got to give props to Med, though, for their tenacity into that one. Despite the odds being against them, they still fought to the last there and survived the battle.
Yeah. CCTV could be the closer, or it could be the start of overtime here. Depending on how this round plays out. And I mean, the quintessential, the iconic site to make magic happen.
Magic could be exactly what they're hoping for, and
Defenders
see if any of them is going to step up to be the next Houdini. We jump in at round at number 12 now. The final stretch, the final moment in the initial phase here. It's either OT or it's goodbye. See which team can shoot high and shoot far and to give it their best, because UQ, they've been able to make a massive comeback on the tail end of this one, and they might even be able to take it all the way here. UNSW, they need to dig deep once again and need to strike back immediately.
Well,
Prone a razor bloom.
I mean, it definitely feels like there's been a revitalization for UQ in the last handful of rounds. UNSW, all it takes is one opening. Med finds down some massive picks so far. One more of those, and I think that's all that opens that conversation to close out the match.
Yeah, they need exactly that, and then some. Into this portion now, playing around the barricade as well, so good to at least utilize a bit of coverage there, not look to overexpose themselves. 2.5 minutes to go, however. UNSW, they're slow and easy, no one pushing through the garage yet either, so the AOK. Kraz though finds the opening onto Az there, so this is a great start for UNSW, and now they're looking to take this one much quicker.
Yeah, accelerating that pace as down means that no more goo mines can find themselves on the battlefield. What the battlefield has in play will lie. It's far from over. There is still the fragging potential from this UQ roster to bring it back. I say that one of the big fraggers in the last couple of rounds gone now. Kras on an absolute mission to drag his team kicking and screaming to victory here. Conk chimes in with one of his own. And it's Athena and Panzer. A lag there from Agent on the blitz, but they've got that breach open. They've got the avenue in sight. Athena's down. It's Panzer alone. One versus the world. And he's going to have to try and make something happen here from Cash. Too many angles, too many possibilities. Med closes out the Flawless in UNSW with a statement match on Clubhouse.
Well done, well played, as they will be locked in for a 7-5 victory there. So, at long last, UNSW will blast ahead. Amazing work to them and theirs. Med going to be taking away the MVP this time. So, shout out to Med, making a huge statement, huge impact for their team there. So, yeah, you got to give them props where they're deserved, you know. Maybe we weren't expecting the outcome in the beginning, but now we're here, Blue Panda.
I mean, it was a scrappy effort. It was a tenacious effort. They just dug their heels in and against.
Yep.
I mean, you look at the likes of Scars and Az, just very storied players in competitive Rainbow Six Siege. Maybe not at the highest of levels, but high enough that they should be considered real threats. Athena as well, from what I remember, has had a decent amount of experience as well. But no, UNSW did not care a lick. They just dug their heels and they said, we've got a job to do, let's get it done. And Crass was the one leading the charge more often than not. Med as well, right on his shoulder. It was a very, very heroic effort from the both of them.
Yeah, commendations are well deserved there. And well, speaking of commendations, there's more to be followed here as we have our first set of results. So let's get right down to it.
Well, starting off today, RMIT take out QUT 7-4. Unfortunately, a forfeit going the way. I say unfortunately for Macquarie, it's good. UTS not so much. Latrobe close out a very convincing win against University of Newcastle at a 7-2, and UOM get themselves on the board. Swinburne dropping the ball at a 7-1 loss in match day 8. Matt, I mean, there's some impressive results to start things off.
Yeah, I'm very impressed with how things have gone down in the beginning here. You know, unfortunate for the Macquarie match there, but I'm sure we'll see UTS again into future weeks of competition. Still, great to see interesting split of results in the initial phase here, you know. Much like these next set of results. UNSW take away the forfeit victory there against Monash. I'm sure we'll see them later in the piece as well. But you can see a very close affair between UTS and QUT. Much like the match we just watched there. So 7-5 on that one. So close yet so far, no OT. But what we did see next was RMIT taking away 7-1 against UOM there. So definitely a confident matchup, much like Swinburne against UON there. 7-5, all tied up right to the final round there. Unfortunately, no OTs though so far, Blue Panda.
Yeah, just narrowly avoiding them. I can't say I'm super upset by that. The OTs can get pretty messy and it tends to make broadcast days drag on, but there were some very close matches and I reckon it could have made for some very already exciting draws go even further.
Excited for what else will be even further beyond. But you know what else is beyond? It's going to be Latrobe taking down Monash there 7-2, and following suit, it was the match we watched. UNSW on to UQ there 7-5. UNSW a confident victory, and last but not least, it's Vatsy versus Blue Pet. Nah, just kidding. We'll check out our standings though now, folks.
Yeah, I mean, Macquarie still hold firm in first place, but UQ with that loss maybe just throws off the pace a little bit in that race towards the finish. I think they would have been a lot happier if they'd pulled that win, especially given that UNSW, that win has propelled them into a two-way tie for 6th place currently with RMIT, and I think it definitely has not necessarily shaken up the standings in its entirety, but put a lot of teams on notice, I think.
Yeah, put a lot of teams on a notice, and do a lockdown, a lock-in, or whatever they can, and we'll see. Next set of results now, though, going to be UON on a 9th place there. QUT following suit in 10th, and Monash will be down in 11th there. So, unlucky for Monash, but maybe their time will come at a future point. Certainly going to be keen to see that. Just like I'm keen to see us. Hello again. Welcome back.
Yeah. I mean, look, honestly, I'm keen to see just how this, race to the close finishes. You got some teams that are really vying for the top spots, and I mean, look, you know what's even better than a top spot is having a top spot sponsor, of course, and we do have HyperX. Power your game with the latest HyperX gear at Officeworks. Push performance to the limit with the latest in gaming tech, from high spec to precision gear. Officeworks is what you need, much like the Quadcast 2, which is an absolute belter of a mic.
That's it, and a big shout out to AGON by AOC, the #1 gaming monitor brand in the world. AGON by AOC provide a best-in-class monitor solutions for gaming and all other needs. And if you're looking to feel a bit hungry, make sure you check out Indomie, the noodle partner, made with high quality flour and selected ingredients and spices. A plate of Indomie mee goreng will certainly brighten up your day. Try any one of the flavors available today from your local grocer or at indomie.com.au. Big shout out to each and every one of our sponsors. You know them, you love them, we appreciate their support. Speaking of support, make sure you check out AEL, AU Esports League, on all of our various social medias there, whether it's X, YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, you name it, we are on it. Make sure you check us out to stay up to date on our competitions. But today, it's been Matsy Blue Panda bringing you all the action here for Rainbow Six Siege. Thank you so much for joining us this week, and we can't wait to see you in the next one. Ciao for now.